going on below, and now you never show that to me, do you? But remember when I'm moving you, and the holy dough is moving too, and with every breath we drew us, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Today we are going through the feeling function, or the heart function in Kataronics. And the reason why we just play this music clip is because it's very related to feeling or heart in Kataronics. And it actually comes from, I didn't know that actually when I made this presentation, but actually in the old Greek philosophy, they called I think it was Plato, called it for musica, which is kind of the beginning of theater and basically expressing ourselves in poetic ways, poems, and music and art and yeah, dancing and so forth, and singing and so forth. This is like musica was like one word for all of these things, which is kind of funny for me because feeling in Kataronics is basically that. It's basically the same thing in many ways. It's like I already myself understood these different things as the same thing basically. So I often when it comes to the feeling function in Kataronics, I explain it like it's about a poetic precision, which basically means like it searches for truth in who we are as a self-expressive thing, basically. Yeah, so that's why I played that music. It fit very well into this presentation. And basically, as I said, musica and feeling is more or less the same thing in a way. Maybe it was called musique actually when I think about it, but like it was the same idea in many ways, except I know that Plato I think they had a not as high opinion about this musica or self-expressive ways than I will have in this theory. Actually, I think it's kind of both, because Greek people, they put musica very high, but it was like even more. I think at least Plato was more into ideas, which is actually funny. Like Plato was also into ideas as the fundamental reality, basically, and that's also what Kataronics does. So it was kind of fun for me to just find this Greek philosophy because it's basically kind of I'm finding what I found in a way. But it's not exactly the same, but like they had some of the same ideas that I have in my theory, which is kind of fun. Plato was like intuition and idea. The idea world is kind of the same that because Plato he said like you had the idea world, which was the kind of the real thing, right? And then you had the sensory world, which was a shadow in a sense that was kind of cast from the idea world, but the sensory world in itself was kind of not real in a way. And that's actually exactly the same I'm doing in this theory. So I found that kind of funny in a way. So basically, I was probably not the first guy to have these intuitions in a way, and that's a good sign for me, in my opinion. Yeah. Okay, so feeling in Kataronics is the perception of the animate or biotic, which basically means the ability to see what is living, what is living. Like you kind of see this in like Indian traditions or Native Americans, like they see like these spirits or thing that is living inside the nature and whatever. And this is kind of the same thing. It's kind of what is living, what is not just an object in a way. And that's what this is all about in Kataronics as well. So that's two words I've chosen for kind of explaining this, which is soul and spirit. Soul in Kataronics is kind of the individual aliveness, while spirit is the collective aliveness. And I tie that to Fi for individual aliveness, which is soul, and Fe for spirit alive or collective aliveness, which is spirit. And I know that in other theories, spirit could be defined as something else. So keep that in mind, that in Kataronics, spirit has kind of its own definition in a way. You find, for example, in older esotericism, for example, you have like spirit is basically the opposite of sensing or earth or matter. So we have the spirit and matter, right? But in this theory, it's not divided like that. Instead, you have I see what they call spirit, I call intuition instead, which is basically the metaphysical body. That's what I call intuition, the opposite of sensory in this theory. Okay, so Fi and Fe is about real authenticity or desire and the higher self. And what that means is like you have all of these desires in the world we have today. Like every one of us, we have so many desires, but according to this theory, not all of those desires are actually yours. And you can see that like kind of for example, where you grow up, where you are born, kind of determines a lot of what you think you like, at least. So for example, you may live in a place where many people are religious, and you get the same religious idea as the others, or you can start to grow up in a society where everyone are nihilistic and doesn't believe in anything, or like and that will also become you, right? You like when we are children, we're kind of just adopting what is already in the society. In a way, we kind of become society. We become the society that we are born in and are raised in, at least to a very high extent. And the idea is like not all of those things are your actual desires. In worst case, maybe you are born in a racist society and you become racist because the other people are racist too. And that's kind of an example of adopting the wrong desires, and kind of you're kind of learned to like something that you don't actually like. That's a good way to put it. And not only is it cultural, but I think it's also partly from the species. So if you're an animal and you grow up as an animal, you get like the animal system is going to kind of make you like things that you may not actually like. So for example, if we have animals who likes to rape other animals, because that's kind of normal in the animal kingdom, I think that's not an actual desire that the animal would have if he could choose consciously self. Not like if he was not influenced by his very species, basically. On the other hand, I think actually it's about the root chakra. So the root chakra is like it just needs survival, or like it kind of just makes sure that we reproduce no matter if we are authentic or not authentic. So that's kind of in a way that is authentic in itself, like the just so that even unconscious people or unconscious living beings can still reproduce, or so it still have this motivation to reproduce. Is kind of probably something the root chakra is responsible for, basically, to keep unconscious living beings to not go extinct, basically. I'm not sure about that. It's just I'm kind of just pulling thoughts from I'm not prepared for what I'm going to say, so I just say that what comes in a way. Okay. So you have and that's basically so your real desire is kind of your higher self, or your soul, or your kind of spirit in a way, because I see the self as two parts in a way. You have the individual self and the collective self, and both of those selves are actually, it sounds kind of weird, but both of those are equally much yourself in a way. So this is about poetic and musical self-precision, and that's the reason why I said musical self-precision too, is because if I say that FI is poetic precision and truth seeking, it's kind of not all FI people are making poems, and that's completely true. But I think all FI people who are good at FI, they are very concerned about expressing who they are, and not just who they apparently want to be, but who they are from their heart, or from their higher self, essentially. And that's why they care about morals and all of those things as well. So it's kind of it overlaps. It's FI is kind of good at what he likes, because he listened to his heart, and that's why he is good at what he likes, and also enjoys to discover what he likes in a way. So essentially it's about love, and it's about true values, and you can say, I think many people would think that, for example, money has value, because it's like a number and has like this economical value in a way. But in actuality, it doesn't actually have any value whatsoever, unless it has value to love, or to who we really are, our self-expression. So I call it secondary value in a way, why the primary value, which is love and who we really are and heart, has to be there. And if it's not there, then the secondary value is it doesn't have value anymore. The secondary value only has value when the first value, or primary value, is respected and applied like primary to the secondary value. Okay, so and it's all about also about birthrights. So FI and FE is very concerned about the birthrights to consciousness, basically. What is the birthrights of consciousness? You could think maybe if there was a God, for example, how did he create the souls in the clean sense? What was the birthrights to all of those souls? What did they already have in a way. Yeah, for example, value, for example, they all have value independent of what they have achieved and so forth. It's just this intrinsic value in being alive, essentially. And that's an example of a primary value. So if you don't feel worthy in a way, if you don't feel that you have value, unless you achieve some goals and some stuff like that, then basically the goals and the stuff like that, the secondary values, will become devoid of value. It won't have any value unless you recognize the first value, which is it's hard to explain because it's kind of the true nature of ourselves, our deepest and the most personal nature of ourselves, which can't really be put into words very well. And that's why we are using poetry and music and all of these self-expressive actions. It's because we can't really put a form to it. It's kind of it can't be captured by form, probably. And if it can, at least not at all yet, right? So we always use these poetic expressions to put. That's also a form, but the form is like kind of at least almost justifying what's underneath the actual thing we try to say. And that's why I love the word love, because love doesn't have any definition in a way. It's kind of just love. Like you don't see like love. It's made up of this and this and this, and that's what love is. It's more like love is actually something that we have to discover, and it's far from discovered. We think we know what love is, but we don't really know what love is. So many people may have the idea that it's about romance and like sex and like stuff like that, but that's not what love is. Love is who we really are, and it's this compassion for each other and so forth. And like it can only be truly understood if you experience it personally. You can't read it up in a book. You have to become it to know what it is, and that's like this ever-going discovery that we all never, maybe never actually get to the bottom of, but we get better and better. Okay, so it's basically the living ghost of desire, and that's why do I say ghost? It's basically because it doesn't have any form. It doesn't have any existence in a way that can be seen or measured or found. You can't actually find it. You can only find it in your own consciousness, because it's what is alive in a way. I don't know how to explain it better. As I said, this stuff is best explained through personal expression. For example, music, someone that sings their heart out, basically, and you get this feeling because you kind of grasp something, right? Yeah, so it's a living ghost of desire, which actually we can pull this back to normal MBTI, because we often say that FI is the like function and FE is the like collective like function. So basically, desire and the like and preference is the same words in a way. It's the same thing, and value is ultimately the same as like, preference, and desire when it comes from the heart or the real self. The real self desires. When it comes from real self desires, it's I call it real value. It's something that is kind of has worth to exist in a way. It's is why FI items is often called the like moral compass, because a moral compass kind of shows us kind of where is value, and we have to go in this direction, and then we can go in this direction and establish the value in a way. Not only establish the value, but find what is valuable, as value is a truth in a way. It's already a truth. It's of course it's also subjective in a way, like what does all these subjective souls value, but it's also kind of objective, because you have when you have love, have compassion for each other, for example, that is something that all souls actually desire from their most clean form. All souls actually desires to be kind with each other. So a soul inside a body that is not kind with others or themselves, that's basically a soul that doesn't listen or didn't habituate a real value or the real self in a way into that vessel. You could say the soul is kind of tricked in a way, tricked to do things it doesn't want to do. Either that is hurting others or hurting themselves. Okay, so Carl Jung, he said that he said the soul was a child and a maiden, and he had a dream where he felt the soul was speaking to him, and he asked, like, can you show yourself? Who are you? And then he got this image in his mind's eye of a child and a maiden, and that's the best way he could put it. And he was very frustrated why he would kind of think it was something else, right? He wouldn't see a child and a maiden as his soul, but that is kind of the feedback he got. And I think, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense, because I think culturally, in our culture, children and maidens, or females, are best at showing our heart, or who they really are, or who they really like their soul, kind of in a more unfiltered way. And yeah, so that's only a cultural thing, right? It's not supposed to be like that, but it's a cultural thing. That's at least what I believe. And I found I also had an image of what the soul is, in the same way that Carl Jung did. But for me, that image was actually Mew, a Pokemon called Mew. And when I was thinking about this, it just made sense to me. Like, a child and a maiden, it's basically very identical to Mew in a way. Mew is kind of a very similar image, and I think the image Carl Jung got was kind of based on something he knew about, right? He couldn't see, if he saw Mew, it wouldn't make sense, how to say it, its spirit kind of had to use his own already available images, because he can't imagine something that is not already. I think it's easier for spirit to kind of take something the person already stored as a memory, and then show it, showing the memories, and then hoping the person understands what is actually meant by that, by the memories or images that is picked out in that memory bank in a way. Yeah. So basically, Mew is very, very, in my opinion, it's basically a child and a maiden in a way. It's has this kind of feminine quality, but it's not feminine in the sexual way. It's feminine in the just expressing heart and love, essentially. which is which we men or guys should do in the same extent, even though we have like maybe not done it as much as females. But I think we are supposed to. We have a heart as well, just like females. But there's like these cultural things that has been shaping us over time. Okay. Yeah, so she also follows her playful heart all the time, like just wanting to kind of just like a child, like just going around having fun, and that is what life is about. It's about having fun, and I think that is precisely the case. I think life is supposed to be about having fun. So I think we should never like leave our playful heart in a way, or inner child, because that is why we live, to have fun in a way, and it will be a really important aspect of like integrating the self into the world, which is ultimately how we also fix it, or how we how we make this heaven to occur, basically. And actually about that, you also have this what is his name? Jim Carrey, right? So Jim Carrey, he actually said the same thing in this in a speech he had, like never go away from your playful heart. Like that is was one of his like top advice, right? And that he did that really well. He kept this childlike attitude to the world himself in a very good way. So he is one of those people who actually managed to hold a little better on this child self in a way. Okay, so feeling or heart in Kataronics is kind of, I call it everything cringe in a way, and I know that kind of sounds wrong, but magic and anime and love, all of those three are kind of it's very common for us to react to magical stuff and to anime stuff and to love in a way that makes us feel cringe. It's actually very common that this happens, and it's not supposed to happen. I think when this happens, I think it shows us that we have belief systems that basically belief systems or habits that kind of separate ourselves from these concepts, which are actually ourselves, right? So the feeling of cringe is actually something that kind of holds us back. When we feel cringe, it basically means, most of the time at least, it kind of means just we are denying ourselves of being ourselves. And I had this experience once. I remember. I'm not perfect either, right? So I had this experience where I kind of looked into some channeling and mediumship stuff, basically, because I was very new to spirituality and I wanted to research what is this? Is this legit? Is it real? So I kind of visited this place over and over, and I was I was allowed to see people practice on this intuition, this form of intuition. And I remember this one girl who was she was kind of overweight, and she kind of believed everything she imagined, much more than I would, to put it like that. And I had this cringe feeling. It was like it was really weird because I know I didn't put that feeling in here. I didn't put it there. It just kind of emerged when I looked at this, and I was like, if I were a bully, I would of course bully her, right? But I understood immediately that this is something wrong in me. It's not about her. It's about me. Something is wrong in here, and basically I'm kind of good at that stuff. So I forgave myself, was forgiving to myself when that occurred, but I was kind of surprised that it was even there, right? um, but basically it showed me that I had an element of insanity in a way. That's what sometimes I kind of use very um, um, dramatic words, but like that is kind of I want to make it clear. That is all. I just want to make it clear, and I was insane when that happened because I understood that something in this habitual structure is actually sane. What's actually sane? So I've been practicing actually a bit on this, and what I did was actually now when I'm listening to music, I feel like this surge of energy inside me, and it's like energy is just dancing around me and within me, and I use my imagination a lot with my music. Uh, so I kind of envision these pink flowers and stuff around me uh, in imaginative ways. And when I started to do that, I felt super cringe. Like this is, I can't do this, right? But I persisted. I kept doing it, imagining pink flowers and stuff like that around me. And because I knew that this cringe feeling I had, I knew that it just held me back. I knew that on the other side of this feeling, if I could go through it, I would find something amazing, and I did. I feel like ecstasy when I listen to music. It's like it's kind of unreal actually, and that's just because I imagine these seemingly cringe things, right? The magical things and like anime things, which is kind of energetic expressions and like kind of childish in a way, but it's not childish because we believe it's childish, but it's not. Okay. Yeah. And the same, yeah, I can take that too. Like same if I am hugging my mom, I can also feel a bit cringe. I gotta admit, but like that is an example of love, when love can make us feel cringe, and I think we should see that it actually means we are insane. It's actually what it means. It means we gotta change some structure inside us so we actually can allow ourselves to experience something that would be authentic. Yeah. Yeah. So F and E, soul spirit, is the most personal essence of us, of ourselves. Yeah, basically Atman or souls, Atmans or souls. Yeah, I think Atman is from Hinduism, not sure. Um, but like the concept Atman is very coherent with Kataronics' idea of what a soul is. Basically, it's kind of a very precise um, definition of a soul, I would say. Okay, so the ability to see the difference between virtual reality feelings and soul feelings, because like in this theory, I also think that you have the feeling version of intuition, and you have the feeling version of sensing. So you have feeling in both of these worlds in a way. And if you have like if you have a strong FI or FE, you kind of have the ability to just notice the difference between what is your actual feelings and what is what is the feelings of your body or vessel in a way. At least I think I'm not completely sure, but I think like at least for INFP, it's like that, I believe, but also for ISFP. So, and it's possible because maybe it's because we have already some intuition and sensing awareness, like in kind of a balanced way at least. But I think I think when we feel feelings from the soul, it feels much more energetic and like non-local in a way. It's like a surge coming through in a way. But if you feel feelings in the most solid aspects of your body and self in a way, then it will feel more chemical, or it's kind of like if you feel hunger, for example, then that feeling of hunger is a very sensory feeling. But when you feel this feeling from your soul, it's more like a feedback it's a feedback of who you are being in a way. So if you listen to this feeling that is not from the body but from the soul, it will kind of guide you. Like we often say that, like, follow your heart, right? Follow your heart. And for many intellectual people, that can seem really absurd. Like, what? You can't follow your heart? You gotta make a logical decision, right? But following your heart is actually, I would say, even kind of superior to following logic, because unless the logic is intuition, like in intuitive logic, then I could see it's just as good in a way. But if you can follow your heart and actually pick it up in the correct way, I think it's always beneficial. The problem is that often we pick up feelings that comes from our body or from our sensory world in a way. And when that happens, it doesn't always lead you the right ways. In fact, often the opposite. Especially because we are, as I said in previous video, we humans already live very much in nocebo in a way. And when we live in nocebo, our feelings are often going to instead lead us in nocebo, right? It's gonna lead us in the nocebo ways. And you can lose yourself in feelings very easily. You can get angry and stuff like that, and you become what you feel in a way, which is not the same as soul feelings. Because when you have a soul feeling, it will kind of have the, it's kind of, you have two feelings at once in a way. So if you would be a racist, for instance, you have one feeling that says, because that's the habitual feeling, the feeling of wanting to stay the same in the sensory world. So it kind of feels good to be a racist if you have been it before, because it's familiar and have done it over and over, and that is a good feeling in itself, to stay the same. But the soul feeling instead is kind of lurking behind this feeling. If you feel even deeper, you can feel like the soul is actually completely disagreeing with the feeling of being a racist. So you kind of feel like this is not who I am. If you feel like a racist, and also have good feeling awareness, you can feel simultaneously. You can feel that this I don't actually like this. Feels like I like it on the surface, but not in the depth of who I really are or really am. So that's kind of a very new way to think about feelings, which is true in Kataronics, not in other MBTIs as far as I know. So that's kind of a new way to see it, basically. And love and soul feelings and love is actually the same thing also, just to be clear. It's kind of Yeah, actually, the Greek philosophers had the same had some ideas here too. Like they had this idea of platonic love and the idea of erotic love or eros or something like that, which basically was kind of sensory love and the intuitive love or soul feelings versus sensory feelings. So it was kind of the same idea there actually, and they kind of said like they had a really good idea this about what love is and who we really are. I feel like actually in many ways we kind of when we started to be more intellectual and scientific and stuff and kind of moved away from that, it's kind of it was kind of good in some ways, but in other ways it kind of just made us dumber in a way. And we rely way too much on certainty nowadays, like in my opinion anyway. Because we can't only rely on certainty. It's good. It's good to have a lot of certainty, but not only certainty. That's not good, in my opinion. Yeah. So being competent in soul spirit or FIFE is about knowing what feelings to follow and trust, following your heart. By knowing the difference between these feeling worlds. Yeah, and sometimes I don't want to talk only bad about sensory feelings because I think there's a good thing there as well. Like the experience of the VR is also an own feeling, and in a way, I think since if we made these virtual realities, then the feelings of being in those virtual realities is a very unique feeling that is unique to that virtual reality. And it's kind of why the virtual reality is made. So the feelings in the virtual reality is kind of very much why the virtual reality even exists. Because it allows for feelings which probably are not available otherwise. Yeah, so this function is about to recognize. Yeah, I want to say that too. Like in Big Five, you have the neuroticism. I just want to say that feeling in this theory, it's not the same as neuroticism. Neuroticism is, in my opinion, not much a personality trait. It's more like just something out of balance and out of order. So the functioning of the body is not as it's supposed to be. So this is not about not about neuroticism. Just that's a feeling that is different from what this is about. That's why I called this for heart in a way, because I think feeling is misleading, while when we say heart, it's not misleading anymore because we understand that heart is related to feeling, but not to all feelings. Okay. Yeah, so this is a recognition of truth, the truth of who we are as consciousness, by feeling, by feeling like, how to say it, like you can feel if something is true or not. It's kind of hard to put in words because you have to experience it yourself. Like if you experience love, you feel that it's true, and that's why you know it's there, because it feels true. So many people already knows that, or many people already knows that feelings are not just chemicals, but that is more essential and more deep, and that's because it feels true. It feels true. It's a form of intuition from the heart. Okay. Yeah, and it's also about remembering who we are. So FI and FE is not only about searching for who we are, but also remembering who we are. Because basically, I think we are immortal souls and spirits, and that means we also existed prior to our experience in this reality. So a part of kind of this function is also to remember who you are, and that is what they say in Lion King, remember who you are, which kind of goes to this remember who you are prior to the virtual reality. It's like you remember so you can awaken to your birthrights and so forth. Yeah. And maybe even if we see this, like if we believe in past lives, for example, then we can even entertain the idea of skills and abilities that you had before. For example, if you learn to sing very easily, maybe you have practiced singing before in another life. So it's possible that you can kind of reintegrate past competences in a way. Past competency, yeah. Okay. Yeah, and also it's also about figuring out who we are by using the virtual reality. So basically, you kind of, for example, I have this body. I'm a male. I have this and these features. That's like the virtual reality suit that I have. And for me, my task with this suit is kind of to not so much to identify with this structure, but more so figuring out how I want to play the structure that I'm in. It's kind of like playing a game, and you have this character, and you want to play it in a certain way. In like maybe you want to play it more like this, or more like this, or more like this. Nobody plays a character exactly the same in games. For example, League of Legends. For example, if you play some character and you have two professionals in the same character, but they don't actually use it the exact same way, and that's because we can play characters differently, yet in a good way. So kind of the idea here is like, who do you want to? How do you like to play? What you are given in a way, and that will kind of add to your soul. Like that's something the soul didn't know. The soul didn't know it, but it knows it after playing the virtual experience, or it at least can have the potential to find it out in the virtual reality or virtual experience by through the experience in itself. So yeah, the thing is, I'm just trying to say that like you can find your authentic self both in your soul and also in the experience of the virtual reality, and then you have the kind of this whole you kind of have two you kind of have two parts of the soul too. Like you have the birthright soul, the soul that's like the beginning of the soul, and you also have the experience of the soul, which is all the lifetimes the soul has had. So all of these lifetimes will kind of add to the soul, will help the soul understand who he or she really is, or like, I don't think it's a gender anyway, but yeah, you get the idea. Yeah, so actually I often, as a feeling feminist in a way, I often call this the most valuable function, and many people will react to that, I know, and I understand why, but what I'm trying to say with it is like, all of the other functions are like, they are also valuable, but they are secondary values basically. So you have the primary value, which is what is valuable on real, while the secondary values, they are also valuable, but they need the primary value to be true, and the primary value needs the secondary value anyway, because like to put it this way, if you are an FI hero or whatever, you can actually discover what you desire if you don't have this virtual reality and you don't have this soul body. You don't have the soul body, and without the ability to think with TI and TE, you don't know how you like to think, right? So these are, in a way, they are inseparate. They can't really be separate. It's like they are the same function in a way. So none of these functions will exist independently. They are actually crucial to each other. But what I'm trying to say, it's like when we do think or we do act, I think that we should always consider what is value before we think and before we act, because that makes us think in ways that kind of puts value on the table and in society and in ourselves. So like any action we are doing, we should kind of do it for a valuable reason. And if we have bad feeling or heart awareness, the action we are doing may not support value, right? Who we really are. For example, you can have very intelligent people around the world being, for example, very intellectual and smart and good at manifesting and whatever, but they may manifest like wars and like using their intellect to make complex weapons and stuff like that. So if this awareness, feeling or heart awareness were present first in a way, or considered first in the like thought, like as the most valuable function in a way, or at least the function that should be looked at first, then they would think and act in ways that would result in value. So I think that's why it's so important for us humans to understand who we really are, instead of identifying with like the kind of the animal in us in a way, and getting desires from something that's not even ourselves, right? And then act on desires that are not even real or real desires. So I think for humanity, it's very important to level up this feeling function, which I believe has been very like pressed down for a lot of time. Even those personalities which are kind of supposed to be competent in FI and FE, they they could be more competent than they are, but again, people don't really believe in their function. So very many FI and FE people are very self-abusive in a way, and a part of that self-abuse is that even if they have this FI and FE, sometimes they kind of feel like this like this is how it is or whatever, but they don't believe in it. They don't believe in it, right? It's more like they maybe watch an anime and feel really good about what's going on in the anime, but they don't believe it's real. Like this feeling, this existential feeling that they had in that anime is kind of they don't recognize how real and important that emotion is, and they believe that essentially it's a part of the fiction, but it's not a part of the fiction. It's who they really are. That's actually what it is. So the fiction actually just helps them to identify with who they really are. That's actually what happens. Yeah. Yeah, so kind of the brains should kind of serve the heart or yourself in a way. That's kind of what I mean about that. And all functions are, of course, valuable for value. In fact, they must exist, and they must be really paid attention to, every function, for value to exist. Like for example, an INFP have a good NE, so an INFP will find a lot of value through NE, FE, and NE, like all of these possibilities that the FI person can like. So without that good NE awareness, in theory, the FI Dom wouldn't even be able to pick anything that he likes. So he wouldn't be able to discover himself. So that's kind of why all of these functions are the same function in a way, in the transcendent way, right? In the transcendent function, all of those functions are the same function. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, like other functions, like for example, any is not valuable when it's not for value. So that basically means how can we use all of these possibilities to create something that we don't like hell and bad weapons and whatever. Yeah, so value in this theory, or actually value in the most clean sense of the word, is the same as yourself or ourselves or love. That's what value actually, like true value. True value is that. In my opinion, anyway. You can have your own opinions, of course. Yeah. Yeah. So awake hearts, they are not self-abusive, which we see in very many feeling personalities these days. They are self-abusive, which basically means like they kind of have to they have to retrain their main functions, basically, because they are basically neglecting their main functions. You often see, like, I've been there too. Like I was when I was INFP in teen, maybe 15 or something. Of course, I could easily see the ESTJ strengths. They were very like obvious, masculine and obvious in a way. So it was hard for me to see my own strength and what I could like. I focused too much on what I didn't have, and what I did have, like the FI and NE, was kind of so hard to see, like as if it was kind of invisible and not even there. So it was kind of hard to see and take seriously and to develop, essentially. But I understood that later, because that's gotta be what's gonna, like, if you're an INFP and depressed and want to find the way out of that depression, eventually you gotta find that you gotta get down to the problem, and the problem is that you have been neglecting even your core functions, or the core function, the FI and the FE. Okay, so we are supposed to be loving, love ourselves and love others, even if you are, of course, all personality types. But I think we just, in many ways, we have to recognize FE and FE, FE and FI, yeah, FI and FE as what is called functions that we have kind of we have not seen them as they are. So I think it's very, we have a lot of work to do here on those functions in society, and also in NI. NI too is very like, we have taken it for granted and not seriously enough. So we have to, I think we have to train a lot of FI and FE and NI in society to kind of it's kind of, I think, like society, if society is a personality type, it's kind of like they have FE and NE as kind of the inferior functions of society in a way. So it's kind of, we have to kind of reintegrate that. Yeah, so it's a massive disassociation on Earth from our heart, which is basically what I'm saying. And I think that is even literally true. As in my experience, I had love in my heart, and I could feel my heart, right? I could feel my heart, and it expanded out in a bubble around me, electromagnetic field, and I think we are supposed to be like that all the time. Honestly, I don't think animals did that either. I don't think they feel it either. I'm not sure. Maybe. I think I've heard stories about like some dolphins and stuff like that, which kind of can pick up on people's electromagnetism. So maybe some animals have some capacity there. Maybe. Not sure. But I think, I think we basically are disassociated. Everyone, every human, basically, more or less. So we have to reintegrate both this function and this like feeling in the physical heart as well. Yeah. Maybe even to both or intuitive and sensing heart, you can say. Maybe we need to associate with both of those. Yeah, and grief and insane beliefs, essentially, or belief systems that are not good for us, closes the heart. So basically, I think we are in grief in a way. We humans, we have like these ideas that we are. It's kind of our birthrights are kind of taken away from us, so we don't see that we are immortal, for instance. And some people may even fear that they are immortal, which is absurd, because if we are immortal, you could as well just sleep or hibernate or whatever. So it's a kind of, we have all of these weird ideas about things. But if we have the right idea about things, our heart is going to open again. So in a way, I would say we kind of live in insanity. I've called it, maybe the better word would be to call it nocebo, in self-abusive ways, essentially. And that we keep ourselves away from what we really can be. Yeah. So when we are living in these negative emotions, we are kind of losing ourselves in those emotions. For example, if you're angry, you act in a way that you wouldn't do if your heart were open. And I just want to point that out too. Like I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't feel negative emotions, because if you have negative emotions, you gotta accept that you have negative emotions, and you gotta have you have to feel it through rather than trying to stop it in the middle of the process. But I think when we get this negative emotion, it's kind of a feedback to us that we are thinking something that is basically not aligned with who we really are, or basically sanity. We're not aligned with sanity. That's why we get negative emotion. That is kind of hard to accept, I know. But when you get the negative emotion, you gotta be humble and accept that you are not perfect, and you gotta just let yourself feel that emotion rather than being harsh with yourself and not allowing yourself to feel on that negative emotion, because that's kind of another very important thing about feeling. I think maybe FE is kind of good at this releasing emotion thing, while FI is often good at reacting in the most sane way. So they kind of have compassion, forgiveness, understanding for the person or scenario or whatever, which allows the FI to not react as much. But the FE user will be very often good at allowing the emotion to clear out. and both of those qualities are very good and important. Yeah, I know myself. I should be better at better at clearing out the emotion, because I could be more like bottled up, because I lack this FE awareness about and sensory awareness, which kind of, if you have sensory awareness, you kind of have this intuitive idea of how the body releases, right? So yeah, I just wanted to point that out, because they seem very opposite from each other. Like one of these are actually count to 10 if you're angry, and the other is hit the pillow if you're angry. And both of those are very known concepts, which both are beneficial, but yeah, both needs to be done in a way. But I think maybe hit the pillow, and instead you can count to 10 after that, to not do the same, to have a different reaction next time it happens. That's maybe the most healthy way to go about it. I'm not completely sure, but sometimes maybe even in the start, if you can change your perspective very fast, and it kind of deletes the output of an emotion, then it probably works also in the very event, maybe. Okay, so Fi and Fe in Kataronics is about idealism, especially when tied with the intuitive function. But overall, both sensory feelers and intuitive feelers have this inner capacity to understand what's ideal for us. So so the idea is like the idealism is often seen as unrealistic, like this utopia that is not going to be reached in a way, especially if the person is kind of cynical and looks at like this utopia or ideal world to be totally unrealistic, basically. But Kataronics suggests that the ideal world is actually the natural path of spiritual evolution, if you will. So it's not unrealistic. It's kind of, when I had this experience and I felt love in my heart, that is that is real. It's real, and it's not unrealistic. In fact, it's kind of how it's actually when we are in balance, we are wanting to be creative and to have compassion for others and for self. And when that is the normal state in the world, I believe the world will transform into this utopia that we don't believe is real, or believe can't be real in a way, because it means we kind of fix ourselves from within, like Carl Jung called it individuation, right? It's to fix the root of the problem in a way, rather than looking for externals and trying to kind of try to fix the problem outside of who we are inside. So this theory kind of suggests that when we work with who we are and how our habitual structures are functioning, we can make the world into a better place, essentially. Yeah, and I believe that is the easier way than trying to fix everything around you. I think it's easier to fix everything within you, and that it will have an effect on the outside. Okay. Yeah, and why do we humans claim otherwise? Why don't we believe in this ideal world? Well, I believe it's grief, so that's why we don't have this feeling of love in our chest and heart. It's because we are essentially in grief and we don't even know it, unless you're really depressed. And if you're really sad, you know that you're in grief because you kind of compare yourself to other humans. But humans in general doesn't have anything to compare with, so we don't understand that we are all in grief in a way. Because when we are not in grief, we would feel love in our chest and heart, I believe. So I believe actually it's this generational trauma, which is kind of passed on from parents to children, both in the biological way and in the behavior way. The kind of the when the children is a child and kind of gets hypnotized in a way into becoming the society or becoming like the family, which is both good and bad, because it's not only bad, but we have a lot of ideas that is not healthy for us. Like we can see, like in the past, we had even worse ideas about things. So, for example, the female were very suppressed and kind of while the man was kind of abusive in a way, like this abuse and self-abuse was kind of more present in our past. And that's why I believe this movement of feminism emerged, which is a movement that kind of for the females, it kind of takes their power back. That's kind of what feminism is, in my opinion. Like if you really look at where it comes from originally, I think that's why it emerged. And the same, and like in that same process, the man will also kind of realize that, oh, yeah, I've kind of been a bully, right? And that the man also should be more in touch with his feelings and with his heart in a way, while the female must be more in touch with the ability to stand up for herself and have this kind of strength and power that we associate with the men, right? That's kind of how I see it. And all these ideas that is unloving in a way, I think it kind of stems from closed chakra systems or closed physiology in a way. At least, especially the chakra or metaphysical body structures. I think like when we heal those, it will kind of do a lot for us. And since we have we have closed up systems in ourselves, it will be very high resistance to manifesting what we want in a way. And we kind of have this, we kind of feel powerless because we kind of doesn't have the power to manifest what we want unless we go really matter to matter ways. While I believe in actuality, what's supposed to happen is more like you kind of can manifest more through energy in a way. If you have open chakra systems and you kind of manage to feel this gratitude and connection with reality, the reality will be able to kind of provide you more of what you want without you having to act so much physically to get there. Okay, so a quote there and the quote is saying, "For a man to achieve all that is demanded of him, he must regard himself as greater than he is." From Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Yeah, I don't know how to spell it. So, but like this quote, I think it's kind of a random quote I found, but like I think it's a good idea that to reach balance, when you are unbalanced, you kind of have to reach for the balance by not being tricked by the imbalance itself. So it's kind of like we humans, we are kind of programmed to be fearful in a way, because that's been the survival mechanism. So we are easily pulled into this fearful state. And what that actually means is that when we think we are positive, we are probably not very positive, because we are so like locked inside this fearful mindset that we kind of, when we think we are 50-50 positive and negative, we actually are more negative than positive, and we don't even know it, because we are not aware of how fearful we actually are, because it's become our natural state, the natural way or natural psychology of being a human. So we kind of just walk around and we believe everyone are normal and healthy in a way, and we don't realize that we are all kind of, every one of us is kind of off the path, not in the path, because we are in grief. We don't see there is a meaning to reality and to the world. We just don't see it, or we make up a meaning about reality that maybe is made by false desires, for example. And then when you lose this and this and this, you kind of again, you get grief again, right? You get grief again, because I think when we really understand love, it's like when we really understand love, we wouldn't fall into grief as easily, because we would see what actually matters, and we would see like, oh, this, for example, this friend who passed away, he's not away, actually he's actually just on some kind of vacation, and we will see him again, like rather than having this idea that this friend is now gone extinct and stuff like that. But like essentially, grief is kind of, it's both an individual thing and also a collective thing. So I think we have grief both in individual and collective ways and in aspects of ourselves. Yeah. So the idea is like, in order to regain balance, you gotta be positive in a way. You gotta be more positive than negative, and you have to kind of look at the world from a different place than your psychology is wired in a way. At least attempt to. Yeah. So that's the idea. Like I've said this before. I think all humans, or more or less all humans, are actually in a nocebo state. So they are limiting their own abilities and reacting more with fear than they should in a way. Yeah. And I'm not trying to paint this negative view of reality. It's actually the opposite. It's because if this is true, if this is actually true, then the ideal world, or utopia, or heaven, is actually kind of almost right around the corner, right? We just have to figure out that we are essentially locked down in grief and in trauma responses and stuff, and if we manage to release this energy, we're gonna go like from hell to heaven, just like this in a way, if we understand how we overcome this process. Because one thing, maybe the human organism is not perfect, but if we overcome this stuck emotion inside, we are already kind of here in the very ideal state, and then we can work with, okay, who are we as humans? Can we change our biology through evolution, like in a collective way, if we collaborate and if we use generations to change our structure in a way. But even without that, we can find a really, really blissful state just by understanding like the first steps of getting out of this like grief and closed systems and emotions that kind of is stuck in the physical body, especially like the physical body. If we fix the physical body, it's going to do amazing things. Yeah. Okay, so Fi, the function Fi, or I've been calling soul intuition. It's kind of the feeling of being a protagonist and a hero. And I feel like I see this in Fi children, and in most children, kind of. But I think children have a high Fi, generally speaking. They're pretty good at having this authenticity in themselves, like this just a feeling of being themselves and being allowed to be themselves, at least to a very high extent, and then kind of they get less and less allowed to be themselves, maybe, like when things happen in life and generational trauma and these things. Maybe, for example, adults can have envy of their children. It kind of sounds kind of strange, but like I think adults can have envy towards children, and kind of they are doing it unconsciously. Then they don't know they are doing it, but they feel like this children is not allowed to have this amount of fun and joy and like magic in their life. So the adult will kind of say to the children like you are not allowed to have this much fun and stuff. You have to be more bored, and you have to like the adult will kind of try to pass on some of these belief systems that the adult has, which comes from this gray locked down state in the world that they are finding themselves in, because they kind of don't want to see inside themselves that they have ideas about the world that is kind of not good in a way. But it's a little bit complicated, because of course the parent of course wants to protect the children from the future and stuff. So it's kind of complicated. But I hope you get the idea of what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Okay, so the Fi protagonist and hero is kind of this artistic masterpiece in a way, like a very like self-expressive thing going on, but not in every way possible, but in the heart way possible. So it's going to be herself from the heart, to be herself from the heart, in all the unique ways that this person can be herself. Yeah, so it's kind of this feeling of I am is kind of a feeling, and when we are ourselves truly and authentically, it's kind of this I am what I truly love, like my own desires and likes and preferences and all of this, from the heart and not from false ideas, which everyone gets false likes and desires about who they are, but like to the more extent they can have this pure desire from the heart, then to the higher extent they will kind of shine like themselves and how they truly are. Yeah. Which is always about love. Yeah, so I think having high Fi as a function is kind of this constant conversation with a higher self in a way. It's kind of this ability to talk with yourself in a way, your real self essentially, or you're kind of your more wise self. I'm not sure how to put it, but like it's kind of I kind of observed that FI people are most likely to mention the word soul, because I think the soul is very linked with FI. Yeah. So it's kind of, that's why I'm calling it soul intuition, because FI kind of have this. She gets these like intuitive downloads from her soul, and she can feel it. So she feels like the higher self is communicating with her, which allows her to change her habitual self into align to align more with the higher self or authentic self. So morals is then the byproduct of that, because morals just kind of feels right to the FI person, and that kind of reminds me about this event I had in school once. It was winter time, and I remember I was influenced by this. There was a group of people or children basically who kind of, they said something to me that I shouldn't listen to, but unfortunately I did listen. So it was kind of like, can you go over there and destroy this base snow structure that someone else had made. And I did listen to these guys because they were kind of cool, and I was like, I'm gonna listen to this because they are cool, and I guess I gotta listen. And I didn't really listen to myself, like what should I actually do. I was more like seduced by these other cool looking children, right? And I destroyed this structure by jumping on it, and like in that moment I remember I kind of regretted, but I was doing the regret in a healthy way, in a sense. And I actually saw the person who built it. She was disappointed with me because she started to cry, I remember. And I was like, why did I do this? This is not who I really am. And I felt this kind of existential emotion inside me, like a surge come down in myself in that moment. And what is kind of interesting, I didn't feel kind of bad about it. I didn't feel like guilt or shame, or I didn't feel guilt or shame in this scenario. What I actually felt was like, this is not who I am. I did something I'm not. That's what I felt. And because this surge of energy coming down in me, in that package of intuition and clarity, I already understood that I shouldn't have shame or guilt for what I did. I just understood that this is not who I am, and I don't have to do this again. I just have to listen to myself and kind of care about morals and other people, like basically love, right? I understood that love would do this and this and this and this, just by listening to this surge of emotion, which included that I wouldn't feel shame or guilt, because that is also love. That is to forgive yourself. That is what it actually means, which is equally important to love. And I believe that's why I think FI people can be fairly good at forgiving themselves. But if you have like, I noticed this pattern in IFJs or INFJs, for instance, that they can feel very. I think they kind of they don't grasp this FI function inside themselves as easily, so they would instead feel very guilty and shameful about doing such things, and so they kind of that's kind of they kind of lack this self-forgiveness, like love to themselves, in a way, because they don't understand the FI function as it should be understood. They kind of understand that it's there. That's kind of why you see all this IFJs. They kind of get this. Actually, they come with this moral hammer very often. I would say more than FI heroes. More than FI heroes, the like IFJ personalities, they will come with this moral hammer and like, this is not okay. I don't forgive you. Or they, if they feel like they did something wrong, they don't forgive themselves either, which is kind of lacking this self-love in a way, or proper understanding of FI, I would say. But they can learn it, and they can integrate the FI function like it should be integrated, yeah, and relate with it correctly. Yeah, so this truth that we feel in our heart, like it's a heartfelt truth, that is what I'm calling soul intuition. Though I also call that spirit intuition. It's just that soul intuition like is your individual consciousness, while spirit intuition is like this collective self in a way, which is also in this theory, that is also the self. It's just that people doesn't commonly think that the self is also collective. Yeah. So the idea is that FI actually develops these morals and authenticity, not to impress people or to become more morally superior, because that is not the goal. The goal is not to be morally superior, but the goal is to be happy and to find love. That is the goal. So it's not like I'm going to care about morals because then I don't get to prison and people will admire me. That is not how it works. How it works is I care about being authentic and have good morals and good values because I want to be happy. I want to enjoy life and feel in love with myself and others. That is what it actually means, and that's the motivation that should be there. So the motivation should never be to avoid prison or punishment, or avoid shame or guilt, for instance. That is the same thing. That is not the motivation for developing this function. Okay, so this is from the movie Lion King, which you see in this picture. So it's like, remember who you are. Remember who you are. The one true king. So that kind of points into this individual consciousness, like you are the king, the individual king of your life. You are kind of, that's kind of what it means, like reality revolves around your habitual emotions, and that means that reality revolves around you in a way. And that is not the whole truth. It's not the whole truth, but it's a part of the truth that is significant to realize and to accept in a way. And that this goes actually back to what I said about how adults often kind of take something children kind of already know, and they kind of know it's not like that, and the children start to believe in the adult, and it becomes this kind of generational trauma in a way, because the adult may say that the world doesn't care about like you. It doesn't care about you. I know that the adults actually just want to say that you shouldn't be as selfish kind of idea, right? But it's also important to understand that the reality actually responds to who you are, like your personal self, and the world is not separate in a way. So you really matter. You really matter to the world. That is really important to understand. So what you feel and what you cultivate inside yourself the reality around you will kind of respond to that, and it will orchestrate around this so that you as a personal consciousness will fit as good as possible in this reality and in this community. And a more down to earth way to say that and to show that is that if you are like you find friends that resonate with you, right? So you find friends that resonate with you because who you have cultivated within is going to resonate in a way that attracts the right friends to you, or the friends that is aligned with your personal vibration, I would say. So that is why it's important for you to actually create this personal vibration as you want it to be. Essentially, be yourself, be authentic, and you will attract the right friends. And Kataronics want to take that even less down to earth than that as well, to the extent that even components, everything in your life actually will try to be attracted to you in a way, based on what you have within yourself. So it's not only friends. That is just the very like down to earth logic in order to understand the concept, but it actually involves everything, not only friends. It actually revolves around, yeah, literally everything, work, life, and everything. Yeah, so it kind of is supposed to revolve around your values and individual preference. And for example, a good example maybe for example, you have values that is kind of in the gray zone, and there is no no absolute truth to what is the actual value. For example, some people like monogamy, and other people they like more like polygamy. And I think maybe both of those are both of those can be values in their own right in a way. Of course, there's a lot of discussion around that, and I'm not completely sure myself. I just believe that both of those are okay ways to live. But the idea here is that I want to get out here is that you choose your reality. So if you choose that you want polygamy, it becomes like this personal vibration that you have in your habitual personality, and it will attract others who also are into that preference, and kind of it allows you to share that way to experience life with others who also want to experience life like that. And there is a pitfall too, because I think which actually FI people often go into, unfortunately, which is to focus on what we don't like is actually not a good idea, because if we focus on what we don't like, it becomes also a part of our personal vibration. So let's see, if you really despise polygamy, for example, this is just an idea. I'm not sure if it actually would happen like that, but like if you really despise polygamy, maybe if you really hate it, you kind of end up with it in a way. That is like you meet people who are polygamy people and you don't know, and then you have to be mad. Like this will reinforce your emotion about not liking polygamy. So it kind of also orchestrates around your personal vibration. So it's really important to focus on what we like, and it's important to accept other ways to live, like religions and so forth. Like we should accept that people want to live in different realities, essentially, which is different ideas about how we should live. So we just need to accept it, and then we can focus on what we want in our personal reality, which will revolve around us, at least to a very high extent. That is what Kataronics want to get out there. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So essentially, changing your beliefs and emotions. I think if you change beliefs, it will also. I think beliefs and emotions are somewhat connected in a way. Like if you believe in nihilism and grief, then I think you feel emotions of grief even if you don't know it. Actually, I should say more about that because I know many people they like nihilism, and that's okay. I think actually nihilism for some people actually are beneficial, which sounds really weird. I don't think it's aligned with truth, but personally, I think it's a coping mechanism because if you have a personality that is and this is just my opinion, just saying, but like if you have a personality that is not aware of their desires very much, like they have desires, but their desires is actually not aligned with their soul and spirit and love and heart. But they have like these fake desires that they believe are their own but are not. And if you and that goes for all humans by the way, but like if you have very much of that and then you become into nihilism, it kind of actually liberates you from all of those desires that pulled you into the wrong directions. So it's kind of like, since you don't find that life has meaning anymore and stuff like that, you will actually these toxic desires that you had won't have as much power over you anymore, and that is actually why that way to live can be liberating to many people. So maybe that is a good first stepping stone for many people to kind of have like a path into individuation. Like individuation is unique to everyone. Like they have to find their own path into that individuation. But I'm fairly certain personally that life has meaning because I had this awakening, Kundalini awakening, and I felt like this love and existential recognition. Yeah. So I'm fairly sure myself that everything is meaningful and everything is about love, essentially. But to some people, nihilism can actually be a loving coping mechanism in a way. Yeah. So it's like that. It's okay. But I don't think it's. Yeah, it's a harder topic essentially. But you always had this like kind of war between religion and science, kind of, and science is kind of the movement that doesn't want to see any living living substance in everything, while religion is kind of the opposite. It kind of looks for the living essence in everything, which I believe is very tied to the T function versus the F function. In society as we have now, we are already very nihilistic in a way overall, I would say. So even F types now is kind of more on the not sure, maybe there's no meaning kind of movement. But in other cultures, like in these older cultures before the industry and stuff started, that they were more into the finding living the living essence in things. And I believe maybe that is why I found this experience that I had in the old text, like esotericism, and I think paganism too, like these very old ideas about how reality worked. Somehow, they actually found this truth about the awakening and the spiritual nature of reality, which is very profound in my opinion. I think today are too we're too fearful in a way, so we want certainty too much, and we are relying too much on science as the only truth, while we should instead we should use science to discover, like we should kind of experiment with our consciousness and a kind of religious or spiritual things, and then we can apply science to together with that to kind of understand more and more certainty in towards that direction of in the spiritual direction, essentially. Yeah, and here we have the magnetic field of the heart, which I experienced with love in my chest, and this bubble around me. I could feel love in this bubble around me, and it was moving. It was moving around me all the time. I think actually in both directions, which is kind of weird. But emotions is kind of emotion. It's an energy in motion. So emotion means energy in motion, and I think energy in motion is kind of why I felt this to be love, probably because I understood that this energy was myself in a way. I think, or at least a part of my body. At least it was not separate from me in some sort of way. And I didn't know about this field, by the way, when I experienced it. I did not know about torus fields either. And basically, there was a torus field established around me, and I didn't even know about that geometry. And so it's like, because some people, when I talk about this experience, they will assume that maybe it was imagination, but it's I wouldn't imagine something as boring as a torus field. Like, for me, it would be more like fantasy and stuff. Okay, so FI is kind of directed to your own heart. It's your own soul, and I think own heart is connected with own soul. I don't know exactly how it is connected in that way, but I think the heart is somewhat related to own soul. Maybe the physical heart is like the S version of the sensory version of F, while the soul is the intuitive version of F. Maybe, just to speculate on. And this physical heart of ours can create this bubble or EM field around us. I've made this illustration on the side, and actually, this is actually kind of funny. Like, I saw some videos on this electromagnetic field, and it was said like this center of the torus field was kind of I think it was called the inertia, and like it was the drive or dynamo, or like kind of engine to make this structure work in this. It was some kind of INTP who talked about this, and he said it was like that, and I found like, does that mean like that makes sense with this with this heart electromagnetic field of the heart, or maybe the center of the field is actually the gut or solar plexus. I'm not sure. It's either the heart or the solar plexus. I'm not really sure, but in the Heart Math Institute, they are saying that it's the heart that makes this field. So I guess they measured that it is the heart. I'm not completely sure about that one, but that's what they are saying, at least. Yeah, what I found to be really cool is like, I understood later that this symbol that we have of a crown and halo, like we use halo around the angels, and the crown for like kings or power or whatever. And what I understood is that this is directly related to this torus field, because in my experience I had this halo. I didn't feel a halo. I didn't feel a halo above my head, but I felt this laser or beam of love come up from my head. And what I actually understand now is that this halo is actually just a symbol of an open portal. So it's like open chakra. It's an opening, a portal up to up to the maybe electromagnetic field of the Earth, and that is kind of interesting. We have all of these symbols right in front of us. Like also when you text in the messenger, you send hearts and stuff, and this is symbols directly related to real phenomena, real metaphysical phenomena, which is really cool. And I figured out that also this crown, which is also a symbol, it directly correlates with this torus field that is going like this, like is kind of spreading to the side in different ways in a sense, and that is also how we makes a crown or draws the crown. It's kind of this power that comes up from our head, just like in my experience. Yeah, and we also say that in spirituality, it's called the crown chakra, which is I think they symbolize it more like a petal, 1,000 petals, and a flower that is opening. So a flower is opening like this, and you get this same as crown, to like spikes up to the sides. Yeah, and that I just liked that discovery in a way, because it was just an intuitive insight I had, and I didn't find it any. I just found it in myself, and it's always funny when I kind of just get these insights. And yeah, so it's actually probably this bubble around us, the personal bubble around the heart, which is responsible for orchestrating the life or world around our personal vibration. So when we, it's kind of the signals that we are casting out in this electromagnetic field around us will further kind of merge with all the other electromagnetic fields in reality, including the Earth one, and even in the universe, I suppose, and also like just everything have this connection through electromagnetic fields essentially, and that kind of explains even in a kind of physical way how I can feel something here, and that it affects something far away from me, and can that I can feel something here that I can attract something far away from me. It's because we are all connected very directly through these fields that is always interfering with each other. And that's actually what we see in this picture above here, that they are interfering with each other, and that is probably exactly what causes this relationship. It's when two hearts or two souls are interfering. It becomes a new relationship, and that becomes also in Kataronics, that actually becomes a new self, or a new person in a way. So in Kataronics, you don't only have this individual self, but you have all the collective selves, which is essentially your relationships, and all. Yeah, it's kind of complex because it can be 3 people, it can be 2 people, it can be 10 people, it can be humanity, it can be yourself with animals and such like stuff like that. So this collective self is very complex and has very many forms. So it's just two consciousnesses together kind of satisfy the definition of a new consciousness in a way, and that is you can experience that if you go into a party, for instance. You kind of get this new feelings inside you. It's kind of influence who you are, because you kind of become them if you allow, especially if you allow to become this party or environment. You are becoming it. So you kind of have some control over how much you allow it and how much you don't allow it, but in some extent it always happens, I believe. And yeah, that's why you kind of that's kind of why you want to have good communities, is because it's essentially part of your personal vibration. So if you are going to a lot to bad communities and you don't have a good ability to say no to being that collective self, then you kind of merge more than you want, and it will influence you, and it will actually influence your individual self too over time. So that's kind of just something to think about there. Yeah, so is this the electromagnetism in contact with each other that is actually making this synchronicity phenomena happen or occur. But I think, as I said before, like the more open chakras you have, the larger this magnetic field is becoming, and the more you can do this synchronicity, and like it basically asks you to understand love. So to the higher extent you understand love and is open in your energy, the more you can operate in reality at a larger scale through this bubble around you. Yeah, so it basically means, especially if these components around you that you want to manifest are conscious, they will get inspired by your energy. They will get inspired. So it means like they may feel like, I want to go to this place. I don't know. Actually, I don't even know why I want to go to this place over that place, but I feel like I want to go to this place, and that means this person who you want to attract got inspired to go in that direction. So that is kind of what it means to manifest through heart, and like it has like this magnetic, that is why it is called magnetic field of the heart. It's because it has a magnetic quality to it. Okay, so FI is kind of your true personality, or your most, I call it the most personal essence of yourself, because what is more personal than what you actually like, if that makes sense? It's your real desire and what you really like, and that's why I think it's satisfy the definition of you to the best extent possible. While SI is the habitual personality, so it's of course also personal and close to you, but like it doesn't always align with who you really want to be, or who you really are in the ideal way. You want your true personality to habituate into your habit personality and create this individual vibration that will attract the reality that you want. So that is how it works. I suggest, yeah. So SI feelings needs to be overcome and replaced with FI feelings, and that basically means you have to the feelings in your body, which is tied to your belief systems and ideas about reality, has to be replaced with like better beliefs and better ideas about reality and so forth. That is your kind of, if you listen to your soul, you kind of know what you should change and not. I think, for instance, I have been saying earlier in this presentation that once when I felt cringe, I understood that this feeling is a habitual personality feeling and not an authentic me feeling, and that is why I knew that I could change this feeling by listening to my soul and habituate this new perspective, a new way to relate to what made me feel this cringe feeling. It's essentially shadow work, right? Not all shadow work is this fearful or dark kind of thing. Well, maybe right, but like oftentimes our shadows are more. It's more about the fact that we are fearful and we don't know it. So does that make sense? It means what it means is like you have this shadow that you don't want to look at and don't want to touch, and because you fear it, right? And what it means is that you are making ideas about this shadow inside yourself that seems really, really horrific. But in actuality, they are usually not that horrific. It's actually just that you fear that they are horrific. So it's kind of the worst part is kind of more than your shadow. It's actually more your fear of the shadow that is the largest shadow in a way, because it makes all of these ideas about how like you may fear that you are some sort of horrible person in a way, and maybe you are to some extent, but like this fear to discover that usually means you could be the kindest person in the world, and your shadow could be actually just that you are afraid of looking, and maybe there's nothing there that was afraid to was worth to be afraid of, in a sense. And it's actually never anything worth to be afraid of. I think I may be sidetracking a little bit, but yeah, the idea is that the shadow is usually not this horrible place, I believe, maybe. But I believe that we have all of these stuck emotion inside of us that are basically trauma, not released emotion, and that emotion will be very horrible to experience, because it's this emotion that made you have a very bad perception of the world, and that's kind of SI feelings needs to be overcome and replaced. But some SI feelings are already there, they are already born, and you have to feel them in order to release them, which means that you have to feel on these horrible, fearful emotions. Like you have to feel them until they liberate themselves, and like the process that the body needs to release the emotion is kind of full circle, right? Because I think what happened in our past is that we stopped the process before it went full circle and kind of liberated itself, which you see in animals, fight, flight, freeze response. That kind of it's a kind of a part that the human usually don't do very well, like this, just letting the body do its thing with the negative emotions, because humans want to escape from negative emotions, which one shouldn't do. One should only cultivate a perspective that won't result in birthing the negative emotion. But if we are birthing negative emotion, I believe we need to have humility and say that I'm not perfect, I'm having these bad emotions now, and I just have to feel them through. I think that's how it should be done. Yeah. Yeah, so souls, they want to figure out who they are in various forms. That's a part of the existential purpose of FI. So it's kind of like Mew, the Pokemon Mew, like playing around and just transforming into different Pokemon and stuff like that. She just plays with life. Oh, by the way, since we are there, like Mew also had this bubble around her, which I believe is a symbolism for the electromagnetic field of the heart, because Mew is a heart Pokemon and a fairy in a way, and like this heart Pokemon is kind of she's talking about this in the first Pokemon movie, like to Mewtwo, that she tries to explain to Mewtwo that real power comes from the heart and who we really are, and not from our physical strength or external achievements and stuff like that. Like she literally tried to teach Mewtwo who we really are in a way. While Mewtwo could be a symbolism for basically a human in a way, because he has more of a human form, and is less playful. He is more serious, more stuck in this negative perspective on the world in a way. While Mew is just being herself authentically and have compassion for everyone and so forth. So it's like it's a good analogy for that. I think you could also see it as an analogy for left brain and right brain. But I think I will go more into that actually later, because for me Mew is actually a good symbol, the best symbol I found, I think, for the nature of a soul and the heart, and yeah. So I think the existential purpose is like this duplication of love and experience, and maybe ideas too. But yeah, for FI, at least love and experience, and like just this having your own server and inviting people to have fun, basically. Like I think I will go more into that, but like for order to groups and people to exist, it has to exist the individual too. So it's like that's kind of the soul and spirit. Like for spirit to exist, the souls need to exist, and for souls to exist, the spirit needs to exist. So they are kind of one and the same thing in a way. And that's why it can also give us the idea that maybe it exists, because it allows for this like love affair between each other, essentially. Yeah, so it kind of gives this unique beauty through artistic diversity. So it means that every consciousness can have their own heaven in a way, or own expression in the heaven, one can say, which is fun and beautiful. I would like to consciousness, or to God, or whatever we call it. Yeah. So since fun is the reason, probably, and love, it also provides this individual ways to have fun as well. And as I said, if spirit exists, then individuals must exist too, as a part of the same thing. Yeah, and actually, even in the context of community, the FI person, if the FI person has a very good quality FI, that is higher than the other FI in the group, like generally speaking, that FI person will inspire the others to be themselves in the loving and heartfelt way, because the FI person will show to the others that it's possible to be themselves and be quote unquote selfish without doing that in a non-loving sense. and that is I think that is very inspiring for people who didn't develop that quality yet. And also, I think the ability to have FI is kind of also your ability to kind of say no to the collective group feeling, because like all collectives and all groups have this collective feeling, and if we are able to just separate our own feeling a little bit from that, it means then that you can control your own feeling more independently. And what that essentially means is that if your group or community is having poor feelings in a way, and you can elevate your feeling within that group, it's going to be this one point of something the group can watch and be inspired by in a way. It's kind of like it's easier to understand with TI, because with TI you have Einstein, for instance. He didn't so easily connect with the hive mind of the world, like how they logically did things. So he was more like he has his own way to do logic, and if that own independent way of doing logic is doing something better than the average way to do logic, it's going to have this revolution effect in a way, influencing the collective to think new. So the collective started to take this one individual and basically be inspired and improve their logic based on that one person called Einstein, right? And that is the same that can happen with FI in a group context. And that is if the FI is a good FI, right? And maybe the best example of that is probably, for example, Christ, or Jesus. That he had the high FI, and kind of had this effect on the collective, just like Einstein had on the scientific collective, right? So that's a good example of a very high FI. If I'm not saying I'm a Christian or anything, but like if he existed and that story is true, then I would say that maybe he had very high FI, and the others could get inspired in a way. Yeah. Also, you can also we call that a lot in spiritual traditions, or at least the new age spirituality. You often say Christ consciousness, which basically should suggest that all of us, all of people, have this Christ consciousness within us, which is basically your authentic self, or I would say FI in a way, which is like this just sanity in a way, just expressing yourself as something divine in a way, and truly loving. Yeah. So that is just an idea. Like I had this idea, like in Christianity, is you actually have this idea that you have God and you have Jesus and you have Holy Spirit, and that is actually very coherent with what I made in this theory. So maybe that's something to that, because maybe Jesus is more like a symbol of the individual consciousness, like FI, while Holy Spirit is a symbol of the collective consciousness, which is FE in this theory. So that's possible. Like maybe God made Jesus and Holy Spirit in a way, and they have to, like, if the individual consciousness exists, then the collective consciousness must exist. That they are the same, two sides of the same coin. And Jesus could be a symbol of the individual consciousness. That's possible, and that's actually, like, if we see spiritual way to see Christ consciousness, then it makes perfect sense. So it may be completely on the mark, maybe. Again, all I say in this theory is just to entertain and think about. Yeah, and here I'm trying to say that Fi and Fe is one. They are one, but they are also not one. I don't know how to say that properly, but like they exist because of each other. That's the point. And you can even see it as the same thing if you it kind of depends on what level of dimension that you are looking at the functions, and that's kind of what determines what shape you see of the function, which is really abstract, I know it, but like I don't know how to explain it any better than that. In fact, I think it's a lot of in this reality that you can't really explain very well, because it might be kind of outside the reality itself. It's kind of like if you take a cube in a 2D world, a cube in a 2D world, you will just see the square, and the 2D way to think logic or and stuff like that would never be able to grasp what a cube is. It would only understand what a square is. So it would never be able to have the total image of what is there, because it can only see like a shadow of the real thing, which is that there is something looking like a square. And a lot of what I'm explaining in this theory is I'm looking, this looks like this and this looks like a square. So what I'm saying in this theory doesn't have to be right. It's more like it looks like this. And it can give us an idea about what is right, what is truly out there, but not the full image is probably true. So, yeah. And I believe Fi is the individual personal heaven, while Fe is the collective personal heaven. And I believe you are as much both of those. So let's say maybe this is also just maybe, but maybe 50% of your personal life is orchestrated around this individual personal vibration that you have. So 50% is only your doing, and the other 50% may be the collective self, which are coming as being part of your personal life. So it's really important to have a healthy collective and healthy environment. It's important that you see others also as if they are yourself in a way, because they are a part of yourself, probably. Yeah. So what heaven we share collectively will be a part of your experience, basically, while what you decide individually will be like 50% of your heaven, or your 50% of your life, I would say. And actually, of course, you can say, I'm saying heaven, but of course it doesn't only go for heaven, it's more like the experience altogether. So the collective also accounts for your some of your experience. So if, for example, if you are in a very bad collective and you have a very good values and stuff yourself, you may have like this really good personal attraction to things, but still you get influenced by the worse collective around you, and it will have negative effects on you. So it's like we have to collaborate in a way. The individual and the collective has to collaborate, which is a very like new way to see it. Yeah. So individuals, they exist because collectives exist, And collectives, they exist because individuals exist. Maybe that's most obvious. Like collectives, they are made up of individuals, and that's why it's a collective. But you could probably say the same the other way, that individuals, they are made up of a variety of collectives. So all of the collectives that you are involved with may be resulting in this individual self that you are. So of course that means you can choose what collectives you are a part of, and this will maybe influence your habitual vibration, your habitual personality vibration. And this is actually very interesting, is that when you give, you actually receive. Like my ESFJ mom, she likes to give a lot, and she says that when she gives to others, she feels good, and that's what it means. Like when you give, you are receiving a feeling like you feel good back, and even maybe sometimes it can also return in some way, maybe not from the same person, but like you get back from being kind and nice, you get back by doing that. Especially if you if you do that but you feel like you are not appreciated, you feel like you are only giving and not people are not caring about you, then that is a part of your personal vibration that kind of blocks this natural thing that would happen, which is that if you give, you receive back. If you don't have an emotional signature that says I feel unworthy and stuff like that. Okay, so when you are giving something to someone else, they are you kind of, when you give something to somebody, you feel good yourself. So you are kind of receiving as you are giving. So that's kind of why giving also is receiving, which sounds paradoxical, but a lot of things in my theory actually sounds paradoxical. So you kind of have to see the MBTI theory more holistically, in a way, like kind of in a multi-dimensional sense. So oftentimes I go to the more paradoxical nature of the functions, which Carl Jung probably called the transcendent function, which is how all the functions are the same function. But in this theory, I go more like to the towards the like how is Fi and Fe the same function, and how is right. Not like I don't go all the way in on the transcendent function, but I try to go a little bit closer to the transcendent function, even though it's hard for our brain to kind of make sense of, because it sounds paradoxical and kind of it's not so categorized anymore in a way. Okay, so okay, and the same is actually true when you are receiving, and that's maybe more misunderstood. I would probably think, like if somebody receives a gift, like truly receives a gift, rather than being like I don't deserve this, no thanks, kind of attitude or energy. It's more like, I deserve this, I want to receive this, and when the person does that in the proper sense, with the heart, it's actually giving back out to the giving person, essentially, or everything actually, which you probably can see in children, for instance. So you can see in the image I posted, put with these presentations, the two images. It's like one of those are kind of very good symbol for Fi, while the other is very good symbol for Fe. And you can see how they kind of give and receive both at the same time. Though the one with the hearts coming up is kind of Fi. You can imagine kind of like small children. You can imagine small children like when you give them compliments and stuff like that, how they kind of just they allow themselves to receive that compliment in the heart sense, and they will kind of the energy will kind of emerge like this good vibe, and it's going to influence everyone around them. So that's why if you work in kindergarten and stuff like that, you will kind of notice that the children is much better at this. Like they are much better at this Fi thingy, like receiving what they hear and the compliments and everything, and that will kind of spread, like have this positive infectious vibe to everyone. So I think people who work in kindergarten, they kind of give some they get some free healing actually from people being good at receiving. So that's equally as important as giving, but we have maybe kind of forgotten that a bit, and we often when we see people receive, we kind of often we assume that it has to be egotistical or selfish or kind of not the appropriate way to be, right? And if that's how one see the phenomena, one can kind of try to undermine their own importance, and it will only give importance to giving and others, which will the giving will have good effects, but it would be much better if one could do both of these things without feeling that they are some sort of enemies or opposite things that doesn't work together in a way. So I kind of see heaven is a phenomena, like I kind of see it like the orchestra of individuals playing in harmony, yet with their own sense of unique signature to it. So it's kind of a place where everyone have they have partly the same values because they respect each other, and they kind of want the best for each other and stuff like that. Like there's this harmony going on. There's none of those individual movements are going to try to clash with the others in a way. Instead, they are going to try to form this individual melody or texture or quality that will ultimately harmonize with the other instruments or individuals, basically, in a way that actually makes it beautiful, just like music, right? Like music, in music too, we have all these individual components or different instruments and so forth, which makes the whole music sound very, very heavenly, like together, right? And that's kind of how I see Fi and Fe. That's kind of the idealism in a way. That's the higher self or authentic self-expression that we are searching for and remembering in a way, remembering and discovering at the same time in a way. So that is how to see Fi and Fe as one thing. Okay, so I also wanna, this is kind of more back to Fi again, but overall it's kind of feeling, actually just feeling, which I just kind of wanna show you guys a video of how kind of something everybody kind of knows or have been in touch with, I would assume, but kind of probably forgot like over the years and doesn't take as seriously as it should be taken, which is this kind of capacity to use more of our everyday life to immerse ourselves more in feelings and in specifically heart feelings, basically not only expressing ourselves from the heart, but also feeling into who we are as kind of the most personal aspects of ourselves, which is basically love and this absence of dysfunction in a way, or disharmony in a way, right? It's and that's kind of complex, I would say. It's kind of complex because sometimes you kind of want this harmony too, but like in a song, if there's a little bit of this harmony here and there, that's kind of the paradox. It can be harmony in, like, this harmony can be harmony when done right, and but it's hard to do it right, and it's just appearing here and there. So that's just a side tangent, really. But like, I think when we really feel like ourselves, we kind of feel the harmony. Like we feel the love and the peace and the love, and like this is it kind of feels like home in a way. Like someone says, what is that quote? It's like, it's the most familiar, unknown in a way. It's like you have always been familiar with it, but maybe you forgot it before you got born into this universe or body or whatever. But like the feeling of home, I would say, is the feeling of connection with with consciousness, with everything that lives and loves each other, basically, and is truly conscious. Yeah. So yeah, this video is actually is just me listening to music and connecting to myself, and the music, and just kind of I kind of disconnect from the sensory world in a way, by basically closing all the senses I don't need. So I just use my hearing for this, and I close my eyes to get less sensory input. And that's kind of, you easier go into this dreamscape, right? Where you are not that governed by the habitual self in a way. Yeah, so you can kind of how do I explain it? Like, it's kind of you're kind of less identified with the experience of being a human and so forth, so you can more identify with something new, at least something new that you are not in your habitual personality. And if you do that, you can kind of discover, I like this and this and this, and I can integrate that to my personality. And that's kind of what I'm doing here. I'm finding what I like through this music, and I'm integrating this feeling, and I'm also using this feeling to kind of understand things. Like when I come with these concepts, it's usually because I'm guided by something that I'm not, in a way. Yeah, that's an intuition kind of thing. But feeling is also a sort of intuition. It's like intuition through the heart, or maybe it's NF exclusive. I'm not sure. I know that sensors, feeler sensors, they are also very good at being authentic and caring about who we are as living beings. Okay, so I think this song I'm gonna play. Well, I'm not playing a song, but I was actually just listening to Japanese anime music in this video, and I was just going out of the shower and sitting down and listening to this. And I actually used to do this when I meditate, which I actually feel way better after I have meditated for an hour and then listen to music, right? So this is kind of just to show what I'm doing. Though here I'm just straight from the shower and just kind of I just sit down to do this exercise from there. But you get the idea. It's like you immerse yourself in the content. I think it was Aimer music I listened to here. Yeah, so let's take a look on that. Yeah, so I hope that kind of showed just very quickly what I'm trying to refer to, because I think we use too much of our days to think basically, and too little of our days to spend it on feeling, which is kind of about that habitual balance that you probably want, right? So you're not stuck in your mind or stuck in this so you kind of have this habitual um, balance between the functions, because that's also probably something we should consider to a higher degree than we are doing, at least. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm basically trying to say that you should probably do this yourself, probably, because most people like music, and it's a very easy way to tap into this into these feelings, basically, which is probably very essential for our health. So actually doing this is probably more healthy than it is to go and exercise, and that's just a statement, but it's probably actually more healthy. It's shown like this when you feel gratitude and change your emotional state is going to have effects on the whole system. So this is a very hidden exercise that we kind of have taken for granted in a way. Actually, kind of reminds a little bit of the INFP daydreaming kind of things, which I claim. I probably claimed that early in the presentation too. That this quality of daydreaming is actually very underrated, and it's going to, because it's doing things to your body if it's a positive daydream, and it actually also propels you towards that future or a similar future that gives you a similar emotional response on the more habitual basis, essentially. So this is probably more healthy than exercise, even though the world has completely ignored it in a way. Maybe even calling it ineffective and useless at worst. Yeah. So yeah, just to that's we were kind of in on more on maybe FI there, but back to FE, which is that yeah. So FE is kind of the collective Holy Spirit. I think, yeah, this is actually kind of the existential motivation of FE, which is that it is the collective Holy Spirit, which means it's kind of hard to tell, but you see like this in many religions and stuff. You have this kind of it's often called the Holy Spirit, or like this living essence around us and like between us, and like it has like this more broad sense than the notion of soul does, and that is kind of what I'm referring to as FE, which is the collective Holy Spirit in a way. And if you take that to the absolute extreme definition of this phenomena, I would call it the super collective, which is like that is what FE actually is, in my opinion, which is basically everything that lives. So it's all the consciousness in existence as a group in a way. So you could expand that from human to animal to even aliens, if that is a real thing. So it's like it's everything that's is alive. FE wants to have harmony between everything that lives. So every conscious entity is like this one group being, which is the super collective in a way, and that is also a being in a way, which wants this harmony within itself and between its conscious parts. So that is kind of that is kind of the idea here in Kataronics in regard to FE. Yeah, and yeah, in the practical sense, and that's kind of how I use FE the most, is that it refers more to group collectives in a way. So it doesn't refer that much to everything, even though I would say that is what is actually it is. Like if you really define the function to the core, but usually we always use it for groups. So group collectives in a sense. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's kind of what I think I was kind of in that place already. But like the collective of consciousness, like even the super collective, uh, but more so the group collectives is one conscious being in a way, like one other individual in a way. So you could see a group basically as an individual, because it's an individual group, and the individual group will have its um, own individual uh, signatures, or like emotions, expressions, like its own self-expression and own desires, basically. Like if you have a group of a group of consciousness, they make a new person in a way, and as we said about FI earlier, that will make the world kind of revolve around that person or that group, and it will attract certain events and energies, and it will also form all the individuals inside of it based on that. So it's kind of when one truly kind of grasps that kind of notion or phenomena, one can kind of more clearly understand how this magnetism in a way happens on the conscious level, which magnetize based on personal and collective vibration some new future or events that will kind of try its best to align with the vibration of the collective or the group or the individual. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So FE kind of demands. Yeah, it demands harmony between different worlds. And what I meaning about that is like it's basically like I mentioned earlier, like you have all these individual expressions within the collective, which can be seen as different instruments, but they need to play in a way that harmonize with the rest of the collective. That is what FE wants. Yeah, FE wants these instruments to communicate in a way that is harmonious and beautiful, and helps like the overall collective in a way. That all the individual parts will serve the collective in a way, and also themselves if it's done truly right. So if it's done truly correctly, it's the instrument will serve both the collective by being herself, and herself by being herself. So is this individual discovery within the collective, without pretending to not be the collective either, because we are both the individual and the collective in a sense. That is what what Kataronics assumes, at least. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I said everything I wanted to say. Okay, so FE plus NI kind of makes this very unique development together, I would say, which I would call, it's kind of, when I see these people, they are very often, they are developing into some sort of medium or channeler for a non-physical phenomena or metaphysical phenomena, like they may channel like people who have died and stuff like that, and bringing these messages to the people who want to know about their deceased loved ones or dead loved ones, which basically tells them that they are actually not they're not gone, not dead, just their physical vessel is kind of expired, but that their personal essence is still to be found. So it's more like these FI, NI people, they kind of they serve the collective by basically telling people that their family and friends and stuff is on a vacation after they die, rather than having this idea that they are extinct and not existing anymore, and because that is very heartbreaking for most people, if not everyone, really. So that is kind of how I see FE plus NI. They often also channel these group beings or even souls, other soul beings, which I believe in personally. I think it's legit. I kind of dived into that stuff some years ago, and I traveled to events and stuff to see if it was something legit. And usually I was not sure. It was kind of general and kind of not super specific, but there was a couple of times that kind of convinced me. Like they got into this zone. They got into this zone, which kind of, I could just see the medium kind of almost jump with excitement, because she felt like she had like really defined connection with whatever she tried to connect with. And then she said something about the cartoon figures on the cups of the girl who received this channeling, and like because these were cups from her grandma, and like that is so precise that nobody could know that without actually seeing that she had the cups. And it didn't seem to me at all that this was staged. It was actually a student who came with her other student. They were just going to research some religions or spiritual stuff through the school, and it just didn't look staged at all. And I kind of feel I kind of feel when something is authentic or not, basically. And I think feelers have probably a higher capacity to have this notion like this doesn't feel fake. This feels like it's a genuine personal expressions from each other. Like yeah, I'm actually not sure if it's FE or FI that does that best, but I think like the feeling function in itself is kind of this intuition. Like, is this coming from their real genuine voice in a way? Okay. Yeah, no, the same is true for they can kind of when they get some people feels like they are in touch with spirit guides or guardian angel, some stuff like that, and that is kind of the same. That is kind of FE plus NI development. I would say that is, I think, almost always the case. It's FE plus NI who does it. I've seen some NTJs also do it, and I've also seen, well, you can find it in every type really, but like the most typical types is really the NFJs, really, and the NTJs. You kind of see the typical patterns more often in these types, mostly NFJs, as I said. And I think everyone can develop this mechanism. That's something everyone can do, I think. But again, it comes down to what functions you have developed and other factors as well. Yeah, so FE picks up easily on external emotion and prefers to regulate the external emotion above regulating own emotion. And what I mean by that is like they're very concerned with the mood of a room with a group of people. If it's an ESFJ, they may lit some candles, for example, to elevate the mood a little bit, like make them more comfortable and stuff like that. They may also even make people uncomfortable at times by bringing up like taboo subjects and stuff like that, because the ultimate intention is to make it more comfortable. That sounds kind of weird, but sometimes we have to break comfort to make more comfort by discovering something new, right? Something so we can, for example, breaking taboo subjects often means people can be more open about their feelings and stuff like that. Yeah, and this FE kind of desire to inspire a higher collective self for groups in her life, and that is kind of exactly what I've said, right? They sometimes even bring discomfort to the group for the sake of getting to that higher collective self, to the higher Holy Spirit in a way, which is like the real collective self in a way, the most authentic collective self. Yeah, so FE. The existential purpose of FE is to have harmony between worlds. It's a guardian of love. So because love is kind of, at least what I'm thinking of first when I hear love, is like the harmony between everything, and that is kind of what FE wants to do. It wants to keep, it wants to establish and keep and make sure that there is a harmony between all the worlds, even if they are different and have different ways to live and different ways to for example, different religions, for instance. There's kind of can often be disharmony between these worlds, where FE, I'm sorry, wants to have harmony between all kind of worlds and the illusionary VR realities in a way. It wants to have harmony between all of them. Yeah, so kind of FE kind of want to cooperate larger heavens, and what I mean by that is groups or cultures with the same values. That's kind of what FE wants to, but like that is what I'm saying, trying to say all time now. Like the same values are like the root values, and you can have different values on top of that without having them clash in a way. That is kind of what is going on, and what FE wants together with FI in a sense. So FE is about helping individual who struggles with their feelings and values. That's kind of a part of their purpose. If you have a very high FE, you may want to help people who struggle to kind of see what feelings and values are in a way. It's kind of a demonstrate like you demonstrate what feelings and values can bring to the person by giving them a healthy group to give them that in a way. It's kind of the person will notice, like the person will maybe go into the group, and the person will notice the collective being and the collective like emotional atmosphere and what it does to the individual if the individual lets in this energy, and what profound positive effects it can have on this individual, given that the group is healthy and a part of that kind of higher collective self or higher Holy Spirit. Okay, so this is very interesting actually. We have like this teamwork between one and many. Like you have the individual and the collective, right? And there's kind of a teamwork between the individual and the collective. Usually we see the collective to be teamworking with the self, right? But there's actually a teamwork between the individual phenomena and the collective phenomena. So an individual is a hero for the collective, and a collective is a hero for the individual. And this, again, sounds kind of paradoxical, right? It sounds like that is almost opposite of that one would normally think, but this is kind of to see the individual and the collective as one, as the when like where they meet as the transcendent function in a way together, which is that's I want to demonstrate this through this science that I found, which is from it's from Now Medical Studios, so it's possible to read it yourself. Like there's this concept called brain synchronicity, and when people are not interacting socially, their individual brain their individual brainwaves are quite different. So that basically means when people are for themselves in the individual space, they have a certain way that our brain is functioning in our brainwaves. But when they think, feel, and act in response to others, patterns of activity in their brains align. So basically, when the individual is relating to another individual or other individuals, it's going to change their brain, at least to some extent or a large extent. And the scientists call this phenomenon for interbrain synchrony. Interbrain synchrony. So basically, it takes all the brains in that is relating to each other, and the neurons are going to start to do similar things. It's starting to essentially establish more of a hive mind or a collective mind, which is not always a bad thing, because maybe it has a bad connotation to it, but like a hive mind basically means to think together is kind of what it means. And that is what I'm talking about earlier, that when I said that FE becomes a new, like a group of people becomes a new person, that is kind of the same here, but with the brain waves, that we're kind of more into the TE with that. But they are multiple brains or minds, but when they are together, they become a new mind. They become a new brain in a way. That is a hive mind. And what is interesting, actually especially interesting about this is that they are not only saying it's about thinking. It's about, as they say here, when they think, feel, and act in response to others. So basically, this involves all the functions. That is what is so cool about this, because you have thinking is the thinking function, and feeling It's the feeling function. So basically, both the brains and their hearts are synchronizing in a collective group or when interacting, essentially. And the same is true for acts. They are going to act similarly. So even actions, and as you know from my theory, maybe if you watched earlier of the presentation, actions in Kataronics is both sensory and intuitive. So you have like physical acts, which is what you expect, like smiling and dancing and moving and stuff like that, and you have metaphysical acts is more like imagination, intentions, and so forth. And essentially, when we are in a group, we are also influencing a sort of collective way to act and a collective way to act in both physical and metaphysical ways. Similarly, yeah, and that is actually not very weird. Actually, if we think and feel in a certain way, we are likely to act in certain ways too, for instance. But this is a very good understanding to kind of understand all the functions better, if that makes sense. We could probably see SE as a kind of a collective action, right? So if some people start to dance, maybe that is basically SE. And if another individual comes into this dance circle, they are more likely to start to dance like the other people. Does that make sense? Like they actually feel compelled to dance. While if there was no dancing people there, they would feel much less compelled to start dancing. And that is kind of what's going on with all of this. So if people are thinking in a certain way, so the new person that comes into this collective high mind is more compelled to think and entertain the idea that they are thinking and all the feelings as well. And usually that will result in kind of adapting or adopting the way to feel and think and dance and all of that, and become this collective group in a way, collective being, as I said earlier. And that is what I want to point out here is that this phenomena can be both good and bad. So what is happening is actually that it's still important to keep some sense of individuality, oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes, or maybe even always, at least in some specific dimensions. But like, as we see in this drawing down here, where we can see how similar these brainwaves are. You can see that not the red person, the number one, is actually less mimicking the group, which essentially means that this person has been more didn't tune as much into the group, which we can choose when we tune into a group or not. I would say for feelings, FI, and for thinking, TI, will have an easier time to not merge with the group. So they will have an easier time to stick with their own emotion and their own thinking, which can be good and it can be bad. So it really depends on the health of the collective. That is essentially what I'm getting at here. So if you're Einstein, for instance, maybe it's not that good to merge with the collective because Einstein already had an individual thinking that was kind of a higher level than the group in the world overall, at least, maybe even everywhere, kind of was able to tune into or connect with. So Einstein is a very good example of the individual that probably shouldn't merge with the collective, like at least not in the thinking sense. This maybe even if you take Jesus, maybe he was the same in the feeling sense or in the intuition sense, and he didn't merge into this collective way to do things, basically. So I'm not trying to say that it's bad to the individual is not a bad thing. It can be bad if the collective already knows better and the individual is stuck in his ways in a way. I think most INFPs can probably relate to that because we, if we feel poor, like if we have bad emotions in a way in our state, and we go into a group and the group is more elevated, we will oftentimes struggle to merge with the collective. Like it's almost sometimes we even kind of try to resist it because we think maybe we have some less good ideas about what it means to be authentic. So since I'm sad, I'm going to stick that way and not let this collective influence me or whatever. And that is good if you if you're good, if you feel, if you listen to music and feel good emotions and stuff like that, and you go into a group who is sad and depressed, maybe it's good to kind of hold on to that emotion you have. Like, I don't see why we are sad. I'm having a good time. That's kind of that's kind of the maybe a better situation, but it depends on the context, of course. I'm just trying to say that the individual functions can be more robust in or have harder time to merge with the collective. Actually, I had to exercise my ability to merge with the collective. So if I attend a party or anything like that, now I do it actually kind of well because I'm aware of the ability to do it. So I'm kind of getting the if I judge the collective as good, as something that is good for me, I will try to merge in maybe not in all ways, but in those ways I think it's good to merge. So I can like get these feelings of just having joy and enjoying the moment and all of that stuff. Like it's kind of I don't even have to drink that much alcohol because I know how to get drunk on the mood, if that makes sense, and that is this ability to merge. And since I know how to do that, as well as elevating my emotion independently of the group, when I do both of those, it's really having a profound effect. And maybe even back to them, like I will raise the vibe of the group too by elevating my own vibe even further than the group could give me, and if that makes sense. So there's a very, very interesting phenomena going on here, which I think we should look much more into when it comes to MBTI and the functions and the introverted, extroverted kind of dynamic. Yeah. Yeah. And the same is true for, yeah, I'm not trying to say the individual is better than the collective. That's the whole point here. I'm trying to say that the individual is a hero for the collective because basically Einstein kind of elevated the intellectual understanding of the globe or world or what the global society, right? While a collective is a hero for the individual because it kind of gives this opportunity to tune into free stuff, basically. Like, for instance, how would I ever make this theory if, assuming it's a good theory, how would I ever make it if it wasn't a collective that already established some groundwork for it, kind of? Because when I found the MBTI, it was like I already made a model for it myself without knowing it in a way. But when I found MBTI, it was like this is it. Like this, it just kind of clearly put it down for me, and I wouldn't be able to maybe not ever get to that like precise way to look at it without a help from the collective evolution in a way. So that is why these both of these are a hero for each other. They are not enemies in any way. That is kind of just delusions we have because we don't see the paradoxical nature of how these are dependent on each other. Like you don't have the individual without the collective, and you don't have the collective without the individual. So these are equally important and probably necessary for love to exist at all, right? If we assume that love is between consciousness. Yeah. Okay, so here is more like we're kind of moving over to the feeling thinking domain here, and this is actually a model that I found outside of the MBTI, which is made by, I think, Ken Wilber is his name, and he kind of made this quadrant of different dimensions of reality in a way, and he called it the I dimension, which is intrapersonal, and the it dimension, which is objective, the we dimension, which is interpersonal, and the its dimension, which is interobjective. And this is he kind of claims that to kind of have the right judgments and right way to look at reality, we have to consider all the dimensions, which is very, very in line with what MBTI and Carl Jung is teaching us. And for me, when I saw this, I kind of saw this instant connection with how this is probably related to FI, TI, FE, and TE, because I is like the intrapersonal world, and making sense of the reality through the individual space, in a way, the personal space. And that is it's kind of exactly how I see it. So I really found it cool to see how this model kind of just overlaps perfectly with what I'm figuring out myself. So yeah, and there's a lot of other words here. You can read them if you want, but it's kind of I just put words in these boxes I think is kind of related to the boxes, and between the boxes, like I tried to make it like a ish gradual evaluation. So FI, for instance, words I would associate with FI would be like soul and protagonist, personal preference, immersive, creative, poetry, art, morals, authenticity, fantasy, illusion, creation, feelings, wisdom, purpose, poetic precision. Yeah, so that's just some words I associated with that function or that box, and I did that with all the boxes. So for just to say some other ones, for TE I wrote infrastructure, galaxies, hive mind, which is not a bad thing, as I just explained, mechanics, metrics, industry, strategy, technology, networks, and so forth. While TI I kind of wrote is related to fractals, atoms, category, matrix, scientific precision, and geometry, math, and so forth. While FE I have connected with spirit, wisdom, meaning, value, culture, social networks, regenerative communication, collective preference, yeah, basically cultural value system, and like the unified self, yeah, and harmony. Yeah, so that is just some words I put with the different dimensions in this model, but I think it's brilliant. It's like FI and FE is the interior, the like interior of ourselves in a way, while the TI and TE is more exterior to ourselves, more like concerned with the abiotic, or what is mechanically true in the reality. And here we have the classic brain model of right and left brain, which probably most people already have seen. And I believe this model is accurate. I believe it's one of those earlier intuitions we had, just like the intuition about how the heart is related to love and how we have auras and stuff like that, like intuitions that didn't really confirm themselves but was confirmed later. I think the brain is very much like this in regard to this model. Actually, it's kind of interesting already from, even if it wouldn't be accurate, it's still kind of interesting that we made this division between like essentially thinking and feeling, in my opinion, which is like the analytical side, which is very like into chemistry, math, and all of this stuff, all of that like logical stuff. While you have this other side of us that is more into the artistic and the emotional, musical and self-expressive nature, and imaginative nature or fantasy. And it's like we made these, like this division, we already made it in all cultures essentially, between thinking and feeling, which kind of I think that kind of points out how central this phenomena is, because it's easy to think that Carl Jung just divided these functions into some categories, and that these categories are not relevant to the actual reality in a way. But I think it's kind of it's worth to notice like how this kind of phenomena is, and even in the logical realm, you have like you have like this theory of the different theories that kind of shows us there is polarity in magnetism, and this stuff kind of shows us too that it's not that strange to think about two sort of opposite phenomena, and like even scientifically or mathematically or logically, that kind of makes some sense with this polarity kind of idea. Even in electromagnetism, you have like the dialectic place and the electromagnetic place, which is kind of two opposites, even though they are also the same thing in a way. But they are also opposites in the expression of itself, right? So that's kind of and you also have like you have the bottom and the top, like in chakra systems you have the crown chakra up here and you have the root chakra down there, which also is considered sort of opposites, right? And in esoteric traditions, you said like it was they said it was like basically ground, or they called it spirit and matter essentially. That matter is like related to the bottom chakras, and the less physical things were related to the upper chakras. Okay, so the thing about this model is that I know today some scientists or some logical people, they say that this model is outdated and not the truth in a way, but we have to remember that this also were true for what was intuitively asserted about the heart and the aura. It was also kind of logically dismissed as pseudoscience and not true, just something we came up with, right? And then later it showed that it was actually the opposite. It was way further than science and logic were even capable of reaching at that point. And I think this model actually does the same thing, believe it or not. And you can see this video on YouTube called You Are Too, which is a very scientific, down-to-earth video. Actually, I think it has very much of an ENTP vibe. This video, and it's very like factual and not even suggesting any spiritual things at all. But even if it doesn't do that, you can kind of see the connection either way. Like this model you see here, you can actually see how what he talks about actually overlaps with this model very, very perfectly and coherently. For example, the right brain actually is what recognizes faces of people and knows how to relate with the people, which basically is relationships, right? Which we already associate with the feeling function. Yeah. And as I should probably take that too, like, because I think reality is pretty complicated, and so we can't just divide everything into like in very simple ways. It actually has to be done in a more complex way. So you see, I have been written TT and TF in this model because what I'm trying to get at here is, I think the brain overall, even though we can divide it in feeling and thinking, I think overall it's actually a thinking phenomena. So this is kind of to kind of separate parts inside the brain into different functions is basically sub-functions within this larger phenomena that I would connect more to thinking overall. And as you know, I already talked about in this video, is that I connect feeling mostly with the heart, and that is kind of that's a more accurate or more root division in a way, is that you have brain, the brain is thinking and the heart is feeling. Yet you can go into the brain organ and you can find that you can do the same here. You can put the left brain to thinking and the right brain to feeling, and actually the right brain actually has this connection with the vagus nerve, which goes to the heart. So the heart actually, even in a very physical sense, the heart has more easy access to the right brain than to the left brain. Yeah. So it's kind of very like a very interesting overlap there. And you probably can find even all of the functions inside the brain. So maybe I think a lot of typologies does precisely like that. They kind of I think a lot of typologies are constructed and discovered mostly by thinker types. So they kind of want this very logical approach to this, and since they are so brain-centered or mind-centered, it's kind of almost like they kind of want to place all of these functions inside that domain, because they kind of restrict reality to that function in a way, to their own most confident perception. And I don't think that is a good thing to do overall. I think it's very useful, of course, to research all the functions in that way, but I don't think it's good to assume that all of these other functions originate from the brain, when the brain is mostly a thinking phenomena, and even maybe a sensory phenomena too, because it's a physical phenomena, right? So it's kind of we kind of have to look more broad on it. Is what Kataronics is suggesting, and even the heart has its own brain. The heart has her own neurons, and they are basically exactly like, or almost exactly like, what we have in our brain. and functions in a similar way. So also the heart, I would say, could you kind of categorize the functions within? So this brain inside the heart, you can kind of say is the thinking, the sub-thinking function of the heart in a way, even though the heart in general is a feeling function. Yeah, and again, the heart is a physical thing, so you can say maybe it's also predominantly a physical thing. But I think the heart, you also kind of have the spiritual heart, which you could associate more with the intuitive feeling function. Or maybe that is basically the soul. Maybe it's the same word as spiritual heart. Maybe it kind of comes down to how you define these terms, right? Because it's not like we humans have kind of decided that this means this and this means that, because sometimes we disagree, right? It's basically like this word called ego, which nobody agrees upon what is either, right? Which just means, I think it means self in Latin, and since no cultures really knew what they had different ideas about what the self is, and that then you get all of these different definitions under that word, and we kind of use it different from each other. So we kind of just have to, sometimes we have to contextually understand how people define different functions and different words. Yeah, different words is what like definitions is my point. Yeah. Yeah, and even for the brain, maybe we even have this intuitive mind. So it's not only, I think, not only the brain in a way. Actually, like within the brain, maybe we could say that the pineal gland is related to intuition because it gives us vivid images. Which we might be like the place we interpret data coming into, like intuitive data that we kind of download or are in touch with. That kind of this place where we have like the pineal gland place where we produce melatonin and stuff and chemicals and stuff like that, which allows us to have a more dreamy vision of something, and it kind of probably communicates a lot with us through that place. While actually the left brain here, which is very associated with thinking, is what kind of has this ability to understand language and like make categorize things and make kind of a more structural understanding of things, while actually the other brain can't even do that. So you have in this video you are two. It's actually like it's suggesting that you are two consciousnesses basically. And I'm not directly agreeing with that or disagreeing either, actually, because as I said earlier in this video, I actually believe this notion that we are individuals or collectives is actually none of those are correct in a way, because it's like we are a merging of both of those phenomena in a way. Yeah, this is a side note, but it's actually interesting because the theory that Donald Hoffman is researching right now, because he found that we don't see reality as it is, and he has this theory about conscious agents. Honestly, to me, it's a bit too thinking dominant. What he kind of like the theory he kind of goes for. But he basically goes for conscious agents, which is basically suggesting that there is consciousness, a lot of consciousness, and what he found, according to his theory, because he said his theory were forcing him to accept this idea, and it's actually precisely the same I've been talking about. So that is kind of, and I had that insight before he was kind of forced to realize that, is that he said two or more conscious agents together satisfy the definition of a new conscious agent. So basically, he says that a collective of consciousness satisfy the definition of one consciousness, and the same vice versa, right? And that is actually the same I have been talking about in this video. So that's very, very interesting. Maybe he is really onto something. It looks promising, in my opinion, because it overlaps with my intuition. Not all my intuition is accurate, of course, but like some intuitions I have more. I feel I know more certainly than others, and other. So just take a lot of what I'm saying with like a grain of salt, because sometimes I like to entertain intuitions that I really don't have much faith or certainty in myself. It's just like it's like just opening the perception to actually entertain the idea and look if one can find something there. Okay. So actually, when this video say you are too, I actually believe that you are. I believe like you have the smaller self, which is the self that we think we are, which also are ourselves. But we have this higher self or soul, which, in my opinion, probably communicate with us through. It's hard to know where it communicates with us. Maybe multiple places at once, but maybe primarily through the heart, and then to the. And then like sending this information to the right brain, and the right brain kind of tries to communicate this to the left brain, and maybe it does that best with inspiration, feelings, images in the mind's eye, for example, and that this is like the higher self trying to communicate with the smaller self, which of course may not understand what the higher self is trying to say. The higher self, or like the right brain, actually can't speak and can't do language very well. So actually, there was this split brain procedure for some sickness. I don't remember exactly what it. Like it was more normal in the past, but when they split the brain, basically cut the brain in two, they could like, I think they just blocked one eye or something. That they made a way to communicate with the different brains, and one brain were like trying to could kind of understand language and concepts and stuff, and the other right brain could not kind of comprehend what. Or couldn't speak and stuff like that. You just gotta have to watch that video yourself. You are too, so you get it precise. But it's like what is very interesting is that this right brain is kind of having different opinions from what the left brain has. So it's kind of if I think if it's a religious question, like do you believe in divinity in a way, the right brain actually says that yes, it does, while the left brain, which is who we are, often says no, we don't believe in this. We are an atheist, for example. Like the left brain is very conditioned by belief systems, I would think. And that basically it's probably the belief systems in a large sense that will make it very hard for this left brain to understand that the right brain or higher self is trying to communicate with herself all the time, because this right brain or small self is actually the same as the higher self. It's just it's the higher self that has forgotten who she is. So the higher self is kind of, how I see it, is kind of the higher self kind of just sits in the brain or somewhere, and like just watching us or watching herself essentially, not knowing what she's doing, and just sending love and cheering on herself, right? Because it's probably supposed to be like this. It's probably supposed to be like this. Um, almost a teamwork, probably, maybe, because if the higher self kind of dissociate with knowing everything that she does normally, she can like play this new character, and maybe she can find through that character new things that she likes and she wants to integrate to her soul self in a way, that she kind of just takes all the valuable information from she has gathered from playing out some sort of form or personality or whatever, and then kind of discovering something that she didn't know by pretending to be something separate in time space, and this virtual reality that we are experiencing. What I'm basically trying to say is that maybe this process of being unconscious of the totality of our soul is maybe required for us to even stay in this reality in a sense. Yeah. 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 So basically, this video is trying to, like, it's saying that this right brain can't speak, so it's kind of just there, while all the decisions and stuff we are kind of making with ourselves, or what we believe are ourselves in the left brain. It's kind of, simplified. I'm aware, because I know the brain is very neuroplastic, meaning that if you get some parts of the brain out of order, the brain can actually do surprisingly much to reorganize itself in a way that functions. So this is, while I believe this is somewhat accurate, it may be too simplistic still. But I think, for example, that the vagus nerve from the heart to the brain goes to the right brain is is probably suggesting that it's much easier for the brain to kind of have these more feeling related perceptions wired in the right brain in a way. I'm just guessing there. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah, and I want to also talk about how Carl Jung, he was very he told us, like, can we integrate these functions together, we become more healthy individuals. Basically, what he called individuation, right? So it was like this idea of rather than being in war with the seemingly opposite function, it's more like you have a coherence or a synchronization between the two, and that is kind of also going again and again and again in these scientific discoveries. Like, you have something called the brain-heart coherence in Heart Math Institute, which has profound effects actually on our physiology and life and experience and everything. So it's essentially saying the exact same thing that Carl Jung did, like to integrate these different organs in a way to have this coherence between each other and starting this communication with each other. There's also this old concept in esoteric text called hemisync, which actually does the same with the brain parts. It's trying to synchronize these two different organs in a way, which are seemingly opposite to, right? You have thinking, feeling associated with both of these organs or parts of the brain. Actually, you can actually try this. It's called binaural beats, which is also something. It's not very scientifically validated, but I believe in this binaural beats because I've been using it, and it's like it does something with your brain state. It makes it easier to do certain things when you have this on. You can check you can check like these binaural power naps from I don't know his name. Probably an ENTP guy, but like just try it some because that supposedly try to sync your brain or help you to make more of a hemisync in your brain, which makes it easier to relax and power nap and to sleep essentially, and meditate too. Yeah. Another thing I wanna because the video is kind of ending here, right? I also want to say that the heart actually, because I think we have this belief or notion that everything in our body is controlled by our brain, that our brain is kind of the control center of everything, and that is probably partially true. But when we actually develop in the womb as small babies, the heart actually starts to emerge first, and it essentially the heart actually shows us in this process that it governs also the nerves and systems in the body, independent on the brain actually. So it's like this idea that all the signals comes out from the brain to do everything is not completely true. It's actually probably maybe even more true that the heart is doing even more of that in the more invisible sense, maybe through the electromagnetic field, for instance, which it can generate when in order, when kind of in order for that to happen, the consciousness or individual have to feel profound amount of love and gratefulness, more than we know in a way. Like if we well, sure, if you're on a party and having fun and you feel love and grateful and stuff, of course you will get a stronger magnetic field that has measurable effects and does things to your environment. But when we feel it to the degree that our heart basically opens and like explodes, basically, it's when the heart chakra is just wide open, it's undeniable. Like you, when that happened to me, I could feel emotions and love miles away from my body. Like that's how profound it actually is when we get into that basically enlightened state of being. So that is possible. It's possible to do. I don't know exactly how to do it, but it's probably a spiritual process, or maybe a combined process. Maybe that we have all of these 8 cognitive functions, and we can the more we have all of those or use all of those in order to get to this state, maybe that is helping to kind of be least dissociated as possible with all the possible perceptions and existential phenomena that we can embody and be in touch with and in tune with, and then create this coherence, right, between all of those parts. Just since we're already there, actually the heart is actually also sending much more information to the brain than the brain is sending to the heart. I think it's actually as much as 90% of the information between the heart and the brain is actually the heart communicating with the brain, while 10% is the brain communicating with the heart, which kind of just makes it very clear that the brain is not necessarily the boss of the system, even though of course it has a lot of power and things to say for the organism. That's kind of we know that the brain kind of governs our body in a way, and if we study the brain, we should actually in a non-dissociated way we could see that the brain is also the nerves and also the body, right? If we kind of want to see it as holistically as possible. But the heart has a very, very large significance that we have been blind to in our sciences. But it will come. It has already come, actually, to be honest. It's actually already there. It's just that the like global hive mind is not, it didn't kind of catch up to it yet, because catching up to that stuff kind of probably requires a little bit of spiritual embodiment, and because if you don't, you probably have so much grief and are so like locked down in this dark reality that science that sounds too good to be true can't be true. So we kind of have to find excuses and just some ideas or some logic to kind of get us away from that science, even though it's shown to be true, right? So it's kind of like when someone has anorexia. Anorexia, is that the name? Yeah. And they see themselves in the mirror and they say that they don't look thin, but they are actually super thin. But they don't see it like that, and they start to eat even less, right? And that's kind of the same phenomena that happens when people find sciences that are too good to be true, even if they are a logical person. It's some feeling inside them that will manipulate them to in some way disregard the science, and especially the hive mind, because the hive mind is harder. You can't really change the hive mind very easily. So it's more common that you have individuals in the hive mind that are ready to see the science, and kind of the science can convince the individual to at least entertain the idea coming from this science, for example, from HeartMath Institute, and then he starts to realize that it's onto something, and then it starts to affect his emotions, so it starts to become somewhat believable until it is accepted, and then one can kind of not push it away anymore, like anorexia could push away this idea of not being too thin. So that's kind of I think a lot of the shadow to a thinker person is that they are unaware of how much reality revolves around their personal vibration and beliefs, and what they feel inside. So their logic, maybe the logic in itself is can be very accurate, and they can be very well adept in logical sense, and especially in the domain that is only logical. If you wanna code some sort of game, for example, in using scripts and stuff like that, you only need pure logic and understanding logic as it is. But if you want to find logic and sciences that are coherent with the actual reality, of the heart, one has to not only be logically competent, but even competent within who they really are, and that their personal essence is more than is actually as large as this logical analytical way to see reality. Like you have the more feeling orientated reality, which is you can actually see this very clearly. You have like this it's kind of, you can say this is kind of a, in the bad way, it's kind of the war between science and religion. And I'm not saying that religions are flawless, because religion does have its flaws, of course. But like, actually, I would personally, I would say like spirituality is kind of the modern religion in a way, a more precise religion. Though even in spirituality, you find, of course, all of these branches. It's very open-minded, and not all of spirituality is good either. But you can find like these very heart-centered and good vibing, accurate spiritual movements, and even scientific. I think if science and logic is applied to that spiritual place or like movement, it's a very good sign, because it means there is brain heart coherence, right? It means that there is a connection between this feeling perception and thinking perception. And that is the whole point with Carl Jung too, that you find a way to connect the different functions and make this coherence between the functions, which in turn will help you to individuate or take part in this individuation process. Yeah, I guess that is basically all I wanted to say about this video. Yeah, and as you probably also understand, when I talk about the feeling functions, I'm very positive about it, and that's partly also because I know that the heart would be very much like that in a way. But you could see this also more in a kind of neutral sense. Which I said earlier, I think it's very hard for us to actually see something in a neutral sense, because we are governed by negative emotions and negative perceptions. But like, if you kind of see it more in a neutral way, you could see that this feeling function, maybe it's not only about your higher self, but also about your lower self. So it can be that you, like, if you are kind of inspired, or how to put it, by negative emotions, you kind of get to your lower self, or basically detaching yourself from your soul even more and more and more. So it's kind of, you can probably see feelings more in a neutral way. Though to me, the feeling function is more about having this positive resilience in a way, and that's why they are idealists, because in order to be an idealist, you have this resistance to kind of being manipulated by your negative emotions. So if you're angry, for instance, you are less likely to be lost in the experience, and you're more likely to recognize, this is not who you are. I want to love and forgive this person in front of me, right? So it's kind of it helps us to snap out of this negative place, essentially. Is what I believe. That's why I believe especially the NFs are idealists, and believe in the good world, or good reality, that this is real. But I just wanted to address that, because it's of course easy to see this kind of stuff as toxic positivity, right? And I understand that, and I think toxic positivity is a thing. It's a thing Sometimes that is a legit thing, but I think it goes more to if one. It's almost like almost everyone who are toxic positive is actually pretending to be positive, but inside they actually don't feel positive. It's like they do everything they can to appear positive on the outside, while they, even when they are doing that, they actually feel inside they are not truly positive and not truly in love. It's more like just an act, right? An act, and that's not what I'm suggesting in this theory. That's never what you should never. You should never think that the goal is to look happy for others. The goal is to be happy in your heart, in your own heart, in your own state of being, which is easier to do in meditation, I would assume. Like, because in meditation you kind of reset everything in meditation, and when you have reset everything, then you can kind of build on top of on that reset foundation, rather than waking up and identifying with all of your traumas and normal states of being, to the degree that you are feeling heavy and like feeling negative about the world in a sense. Like, because if you already have that momentum, how can you turn the momentum if it's really going like it's kind of like it's kind of like it's kind of like if you are really angry or really sad or whatever, you can't really turn that momentum around. You actually, when that happens, that's when you have to have this humility to realize that you're not perfect, you're just a human and you are experiencing this emotion. So it's kind of like, maybe I have this negative belief system, maybe it's something imperfect about my human structure, but I'm gonna allow this feeling of a negative feeling to emerge and kind of push it out by feeling it physically in our body. And that is very important, because if you don't, you kind of bottle up this negative emotion, because you don't want to realize that you are basically you can't really fight against it, is my point. You have to, if you meditate, you are like on the you reset everything, and then you can build another momentum on top of that, right? And not other belief, because belief systems are kind of thoughts going in loop, so that is also a momentum. If you have meditation, you can build new beliefs essentially from a meditative state, and also new you can regulate your emotions, right, to some more elevated emotion, and you can try to habituate that. After, like, you meditate, you habituate it by doing it over and over and over, and you can try to sustain that state of being after going out of a meditation, because after all, if you have a momentum, it's actually almost hard to stop the momentum. So if you're really, really happy, it's actually hard to stop yourself from being happy in a way. And that is kind of what I'm trying to get at here. You need this humility to accept negative emotion when it arises, and the other humility that you need is this humility to accept that you are essentially not perfect, but that you can be more perfect. So it's like this humility to apply change to yourself, or like accepting that you are more divine than you believe that you are. That kind of requires humility in a sense, by realizing you are locked down and stuck in this, like, quote unquote anorexia kind of manipulation, essentially. So it's a hard topic, because I understand why it's easy to dismiss things that seems too positive. And if it wasn't for my experience, the one with where my heart opened, I would just struggle with it too, because I wouldn't have this experience to refer to, which kind of just confirmed that it is like that, and I can always remind myself of how things really are, which helps me a lot. Yeah. Yeah, and also you kind of, if you logically look at this too, if we are already locked down, if we assume that we are largely in a lower state of being that we could be, we also realize that we are essentially subject to manipulation in a way. So when we see someone who are quote unquote overly positive, it may be that they are positive in the correct sense, but since we are in a lower state of emotion, like feeling depressed, right, so stuff like that, it's easy to feel envy. It's easy to feel envy for the positive person, and so to speak, put him on the cross like people did with Jesus in the story. Because if you feel envy, it's hard to want to accept that someone can be in a positive state. It's like you almost want to deny it so you can feel better about it yourself, because then you are just a normal person. It allows you to feel negative emotion, which is partly important, right? To feel through negative emotion too. So it's kind of this complex scenario going on, and it's not that weird that we didn't resolve this issue in a way, because it's kind of very paradoxical or hard to wrap our head around in the accurate sense. And I didn't wrap my head around it completely accurate myself, but I think I'm on my way, so maybe that helped. What I'm saying now, maybe it helps you to find this most accurate way to relate with emotions. Like you have like these two almost opposite concepts of counting to 10 to change your emotion, or to punch in the pillow because to release the anger, right? So it's count to 10 or punch in the pillow. They are very opposite, right? Because if you count to 10, you are supposed to become in a calm state, and sometimes that probably works. Maybe if early in the momentum, it probably works. While if the momentum is too high, it doesn't work, and it's actually, if you try too hard to do that count to 10 while being too angry or too in motion, it's gonna instead like bottle up and essentially even create trauma in worst case, right? Like this holding the stress like down, and not being successful in like changing their perception or stuff like that. So it's kind of something we have to think more deeply on, I would say. But again, what Kataronics kind of should suggest is that heaven is real, utopia is real, and it's actually our natural states of being, and it's dysfunction in our body that makes us less of that in our chakra systems and so forth. So it's and that's very 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 good news, and very very optimistic. Because it doesn't. I'm not trying to say that everyone suffers in a way that is like creating a negative worldview for ourselves. That's not the point. My point is, we are right around the corner for something much 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 better, and that is a very positive positive way to look at the world, and it kind of just helps us to identify that we are partly insane or in the darkness, or we have a shadow in us, like Carl Jung talked about this inner shadow. And if we are identifying with that, like, or being aware of being in that shadow, because that shadow is controlling our lives as long, like it will control our lives all the time until we can recognize that we actually have this shadow in the background, like trying to basically just orchestrating our lives in the wrong way, or in ways that we don't want. And if we can see that the shadow is there, that's when we can change the shadow and apply change to these beliefs, for example, that doesn't actually help us. And it will, when we are fixing these things that we have unconsciously just been unaware of, it will propel us towards this brighter future that we can find through our heart and through essentially re-establish this connection with the consciousness and the alive world, in a way, with our hearts. Just I'm gonna stop very soon, but I came on another idea, which is like, you have this in tribe cultures and stuff. We already see these people are more into spiritual stuff than we are in our modern times. So these are, it's not uncommon to see the world as something that is alive and kind of that there is a consciousness and maybe, right, a God. I don't put so much into that word myself, but that there is something conscious outside of ourselves and inside ourselves too, kind of notion, without trying to submit to this power like we are its slaves. But because I don't think that is good either. I think instead we have to see that this power is who we are. We are the ones that we have been waiting for, in a way. That's kind of how I see it. I'm just gonna end it there, really, so I don't speak anymore. But I hope you got something out of this presentation of feeling. I hope it made some insights for you. I hope also it kind of changed or challenged your idea, or the traditional idea of a feeling, which is that it is just personal preferences, values, desires, and likes, based on kind of an empty notion of just personal desire, nothing special kind of thing. Instead, this theory is more like, no, these intuitive heart feelings, heart desires, heart emotions, they are actually about who you really are and what you really like. So it's not just what you personally like as some non-important thing. Is more like, this is who we are as consciousness, and this is who the universe wants to become, in a way. It's not just actually most of our desires are not even our own desires. It's just from culture and stuff. But feeling, in my opinion, it will help you to find real desires, emotions coming from the heart. Yeah. And that will help, as I said, basically everything. I think nothing kind of matters or have meaning if there's no emotion of love involved in it. And that's why the emotion of love is very central to existence itself, because why would anything exist if there is no feeling to if there's no emotional reason for it to exist, in a way, if we see reality from the living perspective. Yeah. So with that, I'm just gonna say thanks for watching this video. I know that it's kind of long, so thanks for watching the video, and I hope it was interesting. Yes. Goodbye. I can buy with some flowers, write my name in the sand, took to myself for hours, say things you don't understand.